I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hey everyone. Well, guess who's late? Guess who? Hey, okay, where's your face? Your face is way up there, dude.
Mine?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Guess who's late? Adam's late. And then I look and I'm like, says he's waiting for his delivery driver or something like that. So he'll be here. He'll be here soon.
Is that better? Am I more centered now?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah. Anyways, happy holidays, everyone. December 21st today. Few more days till Christmas time. Let's see here. Hey, Jill Moser. Hey, Ozzy. Hey, Shelly Bray's in the house. Lisa, happy holidays. There's Mustang. Hey, Mustang. Ray Jones. There's trouble right there. Ray Jones. He knows it. Callie. Hey, Callie. Rose is in the house. Sharon Parker. Who else? Who else we got? Did I say Lisa already? Yeah, I did, I think. Hey, Lisa again. And it's a Crimey Shames in the house. You guys, hey, Rainbow Pop. True Crime Housewife. Jumpin' Jack Flash. There's a McDougal tree right there. And Laconic. Hey, you guys. Anyways. Hi. It's been a long day. I went grocery shopping today. Like a true grocery shop. And it's like so expensive. Not even kidding. $750 at one place and $281 at the other place for yeah, you know. And all I can think about, you guys, I'm sorry, but grocery prices are friggin' ass crazy. That's all I can say. Like, I'm looking at the grapes, and I love grapes, and I'm like, $6.99? Are you out of your mind? $6.99 a pound for like grapes, you know? And even those little tiny oranges, like $7.99. What? Shit. And I'm like, I'm at the cheapest place around. Like, I'm at one of the cheaper places to go shop. You're kidding me? It's crazy. Walked out with this though. Whoops. Can't really see it. Freaking big thing of nuts. There, you know. Because I'm always saying to husband, can you give me some nuts when you're at the store? So I seen this. Well, actually, husband seen it. Actually, I seen it first, but then husband, I was just gonna bypass it, and the husband's like, "Where'd you get that?" And I'm like, "Or once you get that," and I'm like, looking at it. Okay, I'm not a big macadamian person, or is that what those are? Macadamian nuts. I only eat them because if I'm hungry and they're there, you know, and they're in the mix. But actually, they're one of my least favorite tasting ones in there. Whereas a lot of people love the macadamia nuts. Like, I like them in cookies. I just don't like them usually.
They're one of my favorites.
Yeah, I know they are. For some reason, I love nuts. Yes, I do, actually. I do very much.
It's like weird things stick in your head. And I remember as a kid on airplanes, they would give you the little packets like sour cream come in, but there would be the Maui macadamia nuts. They were like a light blue and white package, and it's been over 40 years, but that sticks in your head. I love macadamia nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what I did remember, and husband, whoops, just brought me one. He brought me eggnog. Okay, it's just eggnog without the rum. I'm lying, but there's lots of rum in here, I hope. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Over the teeth and over the gums. Look out, tummy. Here it comes. So then my husband goes, "Oh, cashews. It's not macadamia nuts." You're right, Lisa. It's cashews that I don't like that much. It's not. It's actually pistachios. Whatever. I mean, I like pistachios when they're like in a pistachio sundae or something like that, and I like. But it's like I've never really had pistachios too much in my life. It's the cashews. That's it. It was not that macadamias. I love macadamias. Who am I kidding? It's the cashews that I'll eat them because they're there. They're part of the family. Yeah, rum, 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 rum. What did Ray say? You tell him, right? Loves what? Everyone lives a nut. All right, then your correction is down there. Yeah, everyone. I guess you can take that in multiple ways. To be honest with you. But yeah, so my husband looks at me and goes, "You're getting 3 eggnog," and I'm like, "Well, they're just the liter ones, and they're $2.27 each." Yeah, I'm getting them because I mean that's one glass right there. That's probably half the first. Like I don't like to sit there and go, "Oh, I need to go out and get more eggnog." Thank you. I am set now for at least a week. Thank you very much. Yeah, cashews aren't so addictive. Pistachio pudding. Oh, yum, 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 yum. I'm sorry, but it's really hard not to talk about food every time because of Christmas time here. I see you, Miss Dog. I only meant it one way. Of course you did. You're so innocent. Todd. Sonny still thinks the bear. Oh, I got a troll. Hey, Todd. How are you doing today, Todd? Anything else important you want to tell me? I'm all ears. So at what point, do you want to do a countdown to when I block you? And then you can go make another account if you like. But I mean, we can do a countdown together, Todd. But I just want to make sure you do have a life outside of me, right, Todd? I just want to make sure you don't need therapy or anything like that. Should I just let you stay in troll, or you think I should just block you? Yeah. You know what, Todd? I'll give you one more minute. Go ahead, Todd. Anything else important that you want to say tonight? Because obviously your voice makes a huge difference to me. And I totally will take this with the utmost. I don't give a crap what you say to me. So go on, Todd. Yay. YouTube was messing with me. Thought I was banned. Everything bagel flavored cashews. Ooh. Jumping. I whacked. I whacked him for you. Whack-a-mole. There you go. that almost is perfect. Whack-a-mole. Yeah, he's not going to ruin the vibe. And I tell you, I need what I need is I need not to look at people that post on the videos is what I need not to do. Because as we're driving grocery shopping, I'm looking at my husband's driving, and I'm looking at my phone, and then there's this incoming message, and someone wanted to compare the car to my crime scene photos, the car being the Elantra. And I literally look at this post, right away, and I'm just like, oh, another fucking bitch. That's, has nothing better to do than to leave some useless post. So I decide to answer back, telling her how important her post means to me. Not, like, I just love it. If you're going to make a post, like, at least make it relevant to what we actually talk about. But you're going to try to compare the car thing for some reason to the crime scene photos, as if she was brilliant. Thank you for wasting your time messaging, putting a message there. I just really don't have a time of day for idiots like that, to be honest with you. I just don't. And then there was another person that made a comment on that car video. Hey, Adam, that made a comment on the car video. And it said something like, you didn't need to show the bottom car. You could have just showed the top two or explained it. And I'm like, did you want me to pull out the crayons for you as well? Because I'm pretty sure it was pretty simple. And then she's like, that was uncalled for. And I was like, really? See a troll, block. I shouldn't look at these things. I am not I am not that person. This reminds me of those restaurants you go to where they just insult you and it's part of the whole, act or something like that. But I'm just like, seriously, like, I think it was a pretty simplistic video. Elantra, this other car looks like an infinity. 2 + 2, use your eyes. And
You
I
mean
go like,
Hyundai?
here, do you want me to do? Hey, what'd you say?
A Hyundai Elantra?
Yeah, Katie's obsessed. I know. Yeah, the Hyundai Elantra. And then, well, you guys, like I said, if anyone's seen, I put out this video today because I was sitting there watching Ashley Banfield, and I was like going, okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. Like, I'm just here. Let me just quickly hit share on this present share. There we go. Okay. Now I gotta find where I am again. Okay, so at what point, like, I don't even know how News Nation even puts this crap out.
Wait, are they saying that's? Wait, can I see the car at the bottom?
Yeah. Oh, here.
Are they saying that's an Elantra?
Well, no. So this is
Because
basically most
that
people
car on the bottom is not an Elantra.
No, that's an Infinity.
Yes.
So this one right here, Mob Crew guy, and again, I'm not trying to disrespect Mob Crew, but for this, I'm just sitting there. I was watching this thing on Banfield, and I'm going, a 2-year-old could tell that those are not the same cars.
Oh, he was saying they were the same car?
Yeah, that he actually did an overlay of them.
Oh.
Like, this is right. That he did an overlay, and I'm like, really, News Nation? Because any 2-year-old could look at that and instantly, can you guys not tell that that's not the same car just by looking at it? Like, what about you, Lewis? I'm not a car person, but even I'm going, are you kidding me? You're actually...
Yeah. I can't see both of them on the screen there, so I'd have to look better, but I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the...
Which body cam footage is this from? The drunk kids on the field?
This is from the kids on the field,
Okay, so the car on the right there is the car in the actual body cam footage, and the car on the left is like just a stock photo.
Right, that's just one that he had put there. Well, this is off of... But I just thought to myself, like...
Yeah, so now those two cars might be the same, but that car at the bottom is not.
No. Yeah. That was my point, is that all you have to do is look at the picture of the two cars in the picture and know that those aren't the same vehicle. Like, you don't even have to look a second time, because there's no way that this vehicle here is this vehicle. You can see by the backlight, and that's the whole point of the Infinity down here. Whoops. You can see, but like this is a short light. This is a long light.
That's what makes those the Elantra from 2011 to 2013 so unique was the tail lights. Was
the lights, yeah.
It's almost like an S
shape. Yeah. But it's like the window is not this, like, this is a shorter car. But the window on the Elantra is like way sleeker, way longer than this thing. But all I'm saying is this, like, a 2-year-old could tell you that that this and this car, like, you don't even need to blow it up or this or anything. It's just
no disrespect to him. I mean, I'm sure he, but yeah, I agree with you.
Well, it's just the fact of, I just thought to myself, really, like, it's one thing if it was actually close, and I get it. Like, oh, I see a white car at 2:15 to 3:15, and well, what timeline is that even matching, to be honest?
Yeah, I'm sure. I bet every white car within a 20-mile radius of that has been tipped into the police by this point.
Go back to what? Oh, Todd, you're still here?
Oh, Miss Dog Lover, look at her.
Oh, I told cousin about, he had a crush on her. She reciprocated. Oh, great story, Todd. You ready? Are you ready, Todd, for the block? Do you want to block yet, Todd?
Wait, what happened?
Oh, Todd's just, he's just an incoming troll that makes it in. That goes, you know what? I got nothing to do tonight. I'm just going to remind Sammy how much he loves KD and, blah, 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 blah.
Look at Miss Dog Lover's post.
Well, I'm drunk and working in 6 hours. I'm going to have to pretend.
I love you, Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah, I blocked him. But so what do you mean? Go back to look at their original video. Look at the video of the what? The video of the cops. Like that car is not the car. This is the one that they put up. It's just.
I mean, and I've watched that body cam footage several times. The one from the band field.
Yeah.
Not the show band field. The band field.
Yeah.
And I would say even that picture on the right. I mean, that to me looks like it's been enhanced quite a bit with brightness and things like that. I mean, I think the car that's in that footage could just as easily be like a really light silver. I mean, which would be hard to distinguish the two when you blow them up like that, or enhance them.
Yeah, I mean, Grandma Bunny. No offense, but the car is not the car. I could put somebody's face and overlay it and make it seem to you that it's the same person, basically. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. The car is not the car. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The tail is too short.
The tail is too short. The car's shorter. It doesn't have the same line for the window. It's a shorter one, and it's literally, I mean, all you have to do, like I said, you don't even have to go as far as looking at the front end here. Like this front end is not that front end. Right. So I don't need to look at another video.
Right. I'll watch his video, but no disrespect to him. I mean, I think he does a good job. I just don't agree with that. That's the car.
Yeah. Like I said, Grandma Bunny, no, and take no offense. But you can't put an orange and an apple together and call it an orange because you overlaid the vehicle. If it was the same vehicle, that would make, but you just literally need to look at the picture and realize that it's not the same car. It's just not. Even he's like, well, I'm not certain.
Yeah.
So
what's the other picture they're trying to compare that to?
Which is a responsible thing to say, when you're a creator. So yeah, it's good. Well, that's awesome that they had him on there though, because he's not been on for a long time. So that's awesome.
What on
News Nation? That's cool. They had him on.
I just, like I said, for me, actually, I could care less either way. To be honest with you, I don't know the dude. I've heard of his channel, and congratulations for being on News Nation. But
I know he and Steve are friends.
Pardon?
I know he and Steve have worked together some, and so I trust the people that respect him. So.
Again, at the end of the day, I could care less about who MOB is. I've heard of them. I could care less. It was just about the fact I was watching a video and News Nation, they're talking about this car, and it was like, so what? Now we're going to make it seem like this car somehow looks like the Elantra when it's not. Yeah. But hey, let's make a story out of it,
right?
Because that's all it was. But I guess it's just for me. When I saw it, I was like, how do you even think that those two cars look alike? Like they're white and they kind of have similar lineage to them.
Which that could be said for all 4-door white sedans in a way.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, some people don't like Ashley Banfield, and some people do, and so.
I've always had no problem with her, myself. No, he wasn't being malicious. Never even said he was. He wasn't being malicious. No. If he thought that this vehicle looked like that vehicle, I still don't understand how.
Well, if he said he wasn't certain, then I respect that,
He said, "I'm not
he was just doing the overlay to see."
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Did you watch? I liked the Inquisitor's video about the white car that he put out yesterday, the day before.
That who did?
The Inquisitor.
I seen both of his videos about cars. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he did a good job.
I was the only thing so he showed Scott, which is he showed Scott's name, which is Jack DeCurros, or however you say his last name. He showed his dad's name though to it? Like, because I remember like his dad's right age. So is it
Right.
his dad owned an Elantra or something?
There
Because
is there's I've not talked to him today, but I know that there is some there is a connection there with an Elantra in that family. I mean, but that doesn't mean anything. And there's some images outside of the parents' business with that car.
yeah,
But that doesn't mean there's any there.
Well, the thing is that in Deb's short clip that she did, right, with the guy that's on the roof and the car, that's not an Elantra. That's not the same Elantra. That car didn't
Right.
look. Car was not an Elantra. But I know in the Inquisitors video,
Yeah,
it's
that
like
one turned out not to be.
he was showing one that was kind of in front of grass, like someone's Elantra that was in front of grass. But it was like, I know, even though he cleared out like whatever the name, it was said Scott, because Scott is Jack's dad.
Yeah, it's his dad owns a white Elantra. Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was outside their business. But,
Okay, is that what
I mean,
that part confused me?
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah,
He's just making the connection.
yeah, okay, yeah, because so that I just didn't understand for a minute, because I'm like, wait, well, there was the one on the roof, but that one wasn't an Elantra. But the fact that if Jack's dad had a white Elantra, okay,
and then someone threw this one in California in that's confused people, and yeah. Josh,
how do we know? Well, how do we know it's a white Elantra?
Police asked us to look for a white Elantra.
Because the Ellie's asked for it.
Yeah,
that's pretty much all I know.
The occupant or occupants of the white Elantra that was seen in the immediate vicinity of the crime might have critical information, is the wording they used.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the how did it get brought up is simply because Josh, that the police put out a thing saying that they were looking for the occupant or occupants of a white Elantra from 2011 to 2013. That's what we heard. That's all we heard. The next thing you know, that footage comes out about the gas station, and at 3:45, this white vehicle, whether it's an Elantra or not, this white vehicle passes the camera. They pull this footage from the school with the 3 boys, and then I get it. People are looking, for something.
I don't think the white Elantra goes by in that body cam footage at all. Personally, I've watched it several times.
No. Well, again, I mean, this is the one that they were trying to compare it to. And Callie, who cut off Ken Mains? Was it Ashley Banfield? Miss Doglover, you be wasted all you want. You enjoy that, right, Lewis?
At this point, Miss Doglover, have another one.
Drink with me. I don't care. What do you? I don't know. What do you?
Buddy?
Pardon?
Are you drinking?
Yeah, I got eggnog that doesn't have rum in it. Wink. Yeah, and it's so good. I love eggnog. Christmas is like, I mean, I just like eggnog. And did you guys remember my scary story yesterday? Yeah, remember. But that's not about eggnog, Lisa. So don't try to take away from my eggnog. I have a 2001 silver Hyundai. My lights are no way like that.
Yeah. Truth and Justice, do you have a Hyundai Elantra? Because the Sonata and all the other models the Elantra had very unique taillights from those years. I actually had never even noticed how unique they were until they pointed this out, and then I was like, oh, they really are. Yeah.
I mean, this clearly does not look like that. So here's a dude right here. This is MOB. Good looking dude, by the way.
Chris, I've watched his channel a few times.
Yeah, you know what? I've really just never watched him. But you're right. Steve from True Crime Web has been on his show. That's probably where I heard the name.
And Grizzly.
True Crime.
Yeah, she. I know that she is friends with him, and I know she trusts him as well. Yeah.
Well, I just don't get it though. Like, I mean, I I don't even need to stick it into our program to understand that
Mhm.
these two don't look alike. But now, in saying that, right? I mean, then you have Truth and Transparency, who said, well, maybe it's not the Elantra, maybe it's something that looks similar. So,
Mhm.
wherever this Elantra came
Wow.
from, we just know it came from LE.
Yes.
Either way, whatever, there's still a white car traveling at 215 to 315 or whatever it was. Chris said about this car here. This was off the camera footage, at that time of day in the morning,
Mhm.
because you do. I mean, you just trust that when they say Elantra, that's what they're looking for is an Elantra, But then there's that part of me too going, well, are they sure it's an Elantra or is it a car that looks like an Elantra? But I'm
But
gonna,
I think with those taillights, I think that is a very distinguishable
yeah.
tribute to
But
that car only between those years that other
I
vehicles
guess
have.
I guess it becomes where, like, they obviously the Elantra came into it because Ali said it to us. We
Right.
don't we don't actually know why. I don't
Right.
think. Like, was it
Right.
parked somewhere on the street? Did someone see a white Elantra? Like, I don't know.
Right. Well,
I
you
don't know.
remember we have to remember they do have footage. They do have camera footage from
Oh, this is true.
from outside of the house that we've not
Yeah,
seen.
there is. Yeah, and there's that camera that Jonathan Lee investigates was showing on that one house, because I remember him today saying, "Oh, you see this camera 1112? They have their camera back out now."
Right. When if you go to the very early footage from the news reports from the first couple of days, you can very clearly see, in my opinion, what looks like a black webcam coming out of the light fixture in next to the door
In
at the actual house. And if you listen to one of the earliest interviews with Olivia, Kaylee's sister, she talks about that she knows the girls got home that they left at 10:15 and they got home at 1:56. And that was back when the law enforcement was still saying that the timeline was 1:45, which they then revised finally. But she was like, no, I know it was 1:56.
Yeah.
And she's like, and then someone took the dog out the front door, took the dog back in, and that's how we know the timeline. So to me, that means I think there was a webcam outside of that house that night, and I think they probably have footage of this white Elantra on it.
Do I know you? Sorry, I was just looking at chat. Why do people do this?
Right.
Like I don't see anything, and then Grandma says, "Okay, I understand. I will leave. Sorry."
No, Grandma, don't leave. Like I said, I mean, Ellie asked people to look for this car, and so if Chris put an overlay on the car to check to see if it, and he says it could be, I could be wrong. Yeah, he's just doing something to see if it was the car.
Yeah, but I don't understand. I don't understand. Like she said something above, and I was like, yeah, no big deal. Like it's not like it's. I mean, she whatever she said something about her opinion there. Like I can't remember. Anyways, I understand your points. I'm like, yeah, like no big deal. Like I'm just telling you what I see. It's not the same car. But then you scroll down further, and I'm looking for a conversation where she would answer to, "Okay, I'll leave. Sorry." And I'm like, like, why do people do that? Like, there was no point there where that anyone was saying anything different besides, yeah, no problem. Like it wasn't a big deal. I'm saying to me that this car, you could tell is not the same car, but there was no, and then she made another comment and I'm like, yeah, no big deal. Who cares? Like, it's, she can voice herself and she did. But then all of a sudden I see a comment going, okay, I'll leave. Sorry, or whatever. And I'm like, nobody said anything else. So that's why, how did it go from no, like, who cares? Like, you can say whatever you like. It's fine. To I'll leave. Sorry.
Yeah, don't leave. Look, Callie got her hoodie.
Yeah, I know. I seen that. And she's saying that it's awesome. That's good, Callie.
Yeah, and I agree with Grandma. I do think the gas station in Mini Mart I think that was a really good shot.
The gas station one?
Yeah, I do think that's an Elantra in that gas footage.
Yeah, totally can't make that one out. Totally tried. I remember trying one day. It's just too pixelated. And what is that? What is that gray thing that looks like a money meter? That looks like it's in the picture. Is that the one you're
It's the
talking about?
reflection of her lens. She's taking the picture. She's going like this.
Oh,
And
it
so
looks like
you're seeing the lines from you're seeing the circles from her camera.
there's
Gotcha.
the miss. Yeah, there's the drunk Miss Dog Lover talking. There you go, Sonny. You look beautiful tonight.
Right.
Hey, girl, Carol. Hey, under your scars. Trust and justice on there.
Hey, Crimezilla.
It's Crimezilla
Carol
in the
Carol.
house.
Under your scars. Sorry, I was late. I was waiting on a delivery, and the guy could not find my building, and I was like, sorry.
Wait,
It's that
I'm
long
still trying.
hallway.
Well, and I have to go down to meet them. 'Cause, I don't like to let people up in the building. Hey, T. Ashley.
Hey, D. I'm still trying to figure out what Callie was talking about when she said that Ken Maines got cut off. Was that about Ashley Banfield? Like, was he on?
I know
Callie,
that sometimes when I watch those Banfield clips, sometimes the stories themselves they won't like show the whole story in a segment, which I think is so annoying. I'm like, just
yeah.
release the whole episode on there. Don't do these like little 3-minute clip, 4-minute clip, and then
Right.
because sometimes it's not the whole even clip that they're showing.
Yeah.
But I know he was on there.
Who?
Ken Maines. I know that Ken Maines has been on there with Ashley Banfield before. So I like Brian. What's his name? Eaton.
Oh, Brian Eaton or whatever it is.
Eaton. And anyone that's familiar with Brian Eaton from the Gabby Petito case or whatever, it was so funny. There was a YouTube Idaho group. Someone took a picture of Brian, and I think it's Eaton, and they were like, does anyone know when this picture of this man standing in front of the house is from? He looks very suspicious, in my opinion. And I guess they didn't realize he was a news reporter. And they put it on a Facebook group, and so it kind of made the way around.
Yeah, I love that guy. He's just hot and sexy. That's what he is. And whenever I see him, he's just hot and sexy.
Poor guy's been like parked outside that house living there.
I know.
Less than 3 weeks.
You can almost feel him shivering, as he's standing there going, "Okay, here we go again." Okay, the camera.
He probably misses Florida when he was covering Gabby.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on Duty Ron or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yesterday. I feel like Duty Ron has an agent or something now. Hey, hook me up with the Banfields. Hey, hook me up with all these people. I mean, he definitely gets good guests.
Callie, I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I do know what Callie's talking about.
Yeah. He did a video about it. Oh, so he actually did a video about it?
Yeah, that was a week or two ago. He was on there, and they only gave him like a minute and he didn't. He didn't like the direction. He didn't like that they directed him to talk about certain things in a way, and so he then did like a 45-minute video about what he was allowed to say and what he wanted to say and how he was cut off.
Yeah. Lewis, you're a very beautiful man, by the way, Miss Dog Lover says.
She's been drinking.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Dog Lover, how much am I worth?
Yeah. She just wanted to hear that song. She's a little drunk and she needs us now.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Super chat. £4.49. Thank you. I don't want to leave Louis out. He is a very beautiful man.
Oh, Grandma Bunny was scammed.
Yeah.
I hope you weren't scammed. Oh, you got scammed, Grandma?
Diamond Ice. Yeah, I know. She used to be on HLN. She kind of was the Nancy Grace after Nancy Grace on HLN. And it feels like all the CNN people end up going to News Nation eventually.
Let's talk about this quickly. So this Ashley got the money today.
Really good. Good news.
Yeah. Yeah, finally. So yeah, Andrew, hey, under your scars, thank you. Oh, from
Aw.
Ontario. There you go. Canadian. I can't always stay, but like the lack of drama here. Ah, thank you. Um, thank you so much for that. Yeah, so if anyone watching doesn't know or whatever, Blaine was a guest on our show, and he's this big red-headed oaf here. Let me actually put that up there in
I was
case.
talking about it. I was talking to a client today about him.
Yeah. So this is Blaine, and I hate it's so hard to look at this picture. I still can't believe he's gone. Blaine overdosed in October 16th, right out of October. Why am I'm having
October 16th.
October 16th. And Ashley, his girlfriend, other half, she was in I'm a little junkie. There we go. Oh. Yeah.
Under your super chat, 10 Canadian dollars.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas from Ontario. Smile like and always stay, but like the lack of drama here. Smile.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you again, under your scars. Much appreciated. So Blaine passed away October 16th due to an overdose. Ashley was in rehab for breaking her probation, so she was in a rehab for drinking. And so we were actually doing an addiction show, and we thought he was actually drunk on the one show. Like, it seemed like he was rubbing his nose, his belly was hanging out. He was just acting different, but we knew he was tired because Ashley was in rehab, and so he was having to take on the brunt of everything and stressed out. Anyways, although Blaine was trying to do a lot of good things with his life, he obviously succumbed to demon, his addiction, that he did get rid of for quite a long time. And obviously, the little demons came back. But anyways,
No different than millions of other people.
I know my niece, you guys, I have a niece that struggles with it. And I mean, it's like, how many times do you tell me that you're going to rehab and then you're back doing drugs and you've gone to rehab? Like, this is what, your 50th time now, Paige? Seriously? It gets old after a while.
Under your scars, I'm sorry. I know that I can't imagine, so I'm sorry.
What did Under Your Scars say? Sorry to hear that I've lost friends from this epidemic. Yeah, absolutely.
Their adult son struggles.
It's right, absolutely. And the thing is, that's where it's kind of like, if anyone is addicted to anything, whether it's smoking, drinking, gambling, whatever, people understand that it's a struggle. It's not something that you just go, yeah, I'm done, I'm over it. Some people can sometimes, but it's always a test of your ability to really, because when people hit rocks, along the way and stuff like that, it's hard. Because I know whenever I was stressed out, and this is when I smoked. I don't smoke, I vape, so whatever you want to call that, close enough. When you're stressed and stuff like that, I go right to the smoke, because that's like my, so I've never been a drug addict, so I don't know what that's like. But people that obviously have that, addiction to drugs or alcohol or whatever, know that it's a constant battle of, not wanting to go to that place again. But temptation is always there. The little devil is always there knocking at your door whenever, you know what I mean? And so, unfortunately, Blaine passed away on October 16th. And I figured that our channel here could do something in honor of Blaine, which was help relieved the burden on the family for Christmas for the kids. So we took up donations to raise money, as well as with the funeral cost that was separate. And there was some really nice donations there. And so anyways, when you converted it back, in a sense, I think it was a little over 800, but then PayPal, whatever takes, anyways, 775. $775. So that's over $200 each, for each of the kids. And Brooklyn, actually, the daughter, she was showing me things today of things that she wanted to buy. So she sent me all these pictures of some of the things that she would like to buy for herself with her portion of the money. This Demon Slayer line here. So yeah, so Ashley had left a post on her Facebook saying that she was blessed by this channel, and the fact that people, cared enough, the subscribers that donated. So anyone that donated to help the 3 children of Blaine, bless you so much for making these children excited and happy, that strangers and us cared enough to make a difference in honor of their father Blaine, which this would have meant a lot to Blaine. I'm going to tear up if I keep going, so I gotta stop. Anyways, so with our,
this is what it is.
Yeah.
And we live in Sunny lives in a different country, I live in a different state, and this was the only way that we could really think to do what we could to make those kids somewhat happy. I mean, it doesn't bring their dad back, but
it doesn't mean,
it's what we could do, and it's what everyone in the chat helped us do, and we appreciate that so much.
Yeah. Starlin, not Garth. I don't know it. But anyways, so just wanted to share that with you. I think when it's time, then Ashley said she would, make a little video for the kids, stuff that they picked out and stuff like that. So anyways, I just want to say from our channel to all the people that did donate, bless you. Thank you for people like you guys in the world that make this world just a nicer place. There are people, don't feel bad for those people that couldn't afford to and stuff like that. It has really nothing to do with you. So please don't make it about that, because it's not about the people that couldn't donate, but for the people that could, that helped the family. Bless you. Thank you for having that little bit of extra that you could offer, and for donations to it. And
Sonny,
beautiful.
What they need to understand is by supporting your channel, that helped for this to get the other people that could donate. So everyone that subscribes and likes your channel helps support this too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a group effort. It's not just the people that were able to. It's the fact that everyone else is keeping you able to do this. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's always some people that say, "I feel bad, I couldn't donate." It's not about that. It's not. Right. It's not about that. It's like me. I don't work. Like I said, my job stopped in the end of August. Money's very tight. And so my subscriptions that I had for a few channels, I had to let them go because I had to stop a few things, to be honest with you, because at least a good $300, if not more, was coming out every month for programs, for the Intellius, for the
Filmora,
just on and on.
Even just the meme maker, Canva, and we both pay for our. We both have subscriptions to all those.
It's just that stuff adds up a lot. So I literally had to go through my PayPal and go, okay, don't need this, don't need that. Subscriptions. I had only had about 4 channels, but I had to let those go to the wayside right now because I just don't have it. Even my husband said, honey, I have over 200 and something bucks a month. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't remember what I subscribed to or this to or bought that or Netflix and this and that. And I was like, well, you're gonna have to figure that out, because he was thinking, I can just cancel my card and get them to give me another one. No, honey, it doesn't really work like that, And so anyway, so he had to go clean up his as well, because you get so used to just to going, I've got a subscription, I'll just Apple Pay that or this or that, and so So absolutely. So normally I don't have to struggle too much for money and stuff like that, but now I have to right now at the moment, and it's what it is. And so is what it is. Is what it is.
Lisa, I would have had to have started the fillers to
Nice.
stop them.
Good luck.
Maybe someday I can start them. I'm going to need them after the Delphi case.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining because I think we do this because we're passionate about it and we love it and we love trying to help people and but I mean I know that even for myself, say I take 2 hours out of my day to do something with Delphi, which it's like 14 hours usually, but I mean that that's a couple $100 easily that I could be making doing someone's hair. So
yeah.
But I'm not complaining. I'm here because I want to be.
Well, my thing is this, and I usually would never say this, but I feel like I'm going to say this, is that for the last month, my cupboards have been bare, but I don't sit there and go, hey, you guys, can you guys help fill up my fridge? I'm really hurting, right? I don't do stuff like that. I will put somebody else's needs ahead of myself because that's just the way I am. I'm not going to tell you about my stuff going on, but I will tell you that it does cost a few $100s every month in subscriptions to do this stuff. So those donations do help out. They simply do. And so if someone says, hey, like someone yesterday in the Just Ask Us said, Diamond Eyes, actually, it was a matter of fact, that said something like, do you have a place where a link or something where you can donate to it, and stuff like that. Again, nobody's forced to do anything they don't want to. But like I said, if ever someone tries to ever judge me, on my my love for other people and stuff like that, like I said, you won't know about my issues, type of thing. Even though it's like, but because I have no problem doing things for other people. Again, it's about giving. I like to give more than I like to receive. Receiving's nice once in a while. I've learned to receive. I never used to like that at all. It always would embarrass me. It was always an awkward moment, but yet I'll help anybody out, So, like I said, so when people want to get all judgy and say like, you're just, money, justice and whatever, like I said, go get a life or something. Everyone's struggles.
You don't have to do that.
From time to time. And Peace Not Silence, we helped out. Crimezilla, thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming here, to be honest with you.
And Crimezilla, I want to continue our conversation from last night. Whenever you have some free time, send me a messenger.
I want to continue with the eggnog. I want to join Miss Dog Lover's world over there.
Yes, honey. How much did that cost? I'm kidding.
About $2.27.
You'll take your empty mug and go stand out on the corner. Please, sir, may I have another?
Thanks, bro.
And Miss Dog Lover, I hope we see you before Christmas.
Yeah. Oh.
Crimezilla Super Chat, $9.99. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Crimezilla. Thank you.
Right.
No. Adam costs a little bit more than $9.99. Crimezilla. Yeah, Adam's very costly. I mean, you guys know he's always late to the show. That's because he's using those expensive hair products that he probably. Actually, when you buy the products, you obviously buy them wholesale.
Yeah.
Or is that how it works? Do you buy them wholesale, or is it one of those, like, how does that work for your hair?
It depends on the product line. I have a product rep from a couple different companies that I order from, and then typically like I'll pay a price, and then of course they always want you to and everything has gotten so much more expensive. I mean, it's like every month now that's going, things are going up. Which that's fine. It is what it is. But
it is, yeah.
But so it's like depending on how much you order or what you're ordering or when you're ordering it, it could cost this. It could cost this, and then to make a profit off of it, usually you mark it up a little bit. But I'm not. I mean, I carry retail that I only would sell things that I believe in and trust. So I don't carry a ton of retail.
Yeah.
And I used to work for a product company. So
Hey, where's my?
but for me, retail has always kind of been one of those things that you're spending a lot of money, you know, with the intent of making that money back. But you know,
Right.
that money's just sitting there on your shelf the
It's
whole
just
time.
sitting there on the shelf. Yeah.
Right. And
Hey,
so I
Lewis.
never wanted that to be that's never,
Yeah.
you know.
I think Lewis should buy some of those hair products. Lewis, you're
Yeah,
going bald. I don't
I've
think
got
you
something that
realize
look
it.
real pretty on your hair, Lewis.
Sure, sounds good.
Bring your curls right out.
Oh, right. We'll get into that. Hey, Adam, do you want to resend me those messages?
Yeah,
Which
I've always
message?
had curly hair.
The ones like that were on Gray Hughes that I had on his from a while back. You know about where it says Libby or whatever. I forgot about that. Thank you.
And he posted those, or he like you're right. So those like we can share those.
Yeah. I saw them. I went to go check the video, like you said.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And they're like, yeah, right up there.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go find them.
It's about how did BG get everything to the crime scene without RL knowing? You know what, Shelley? That's an amazing question that I wish I knew the answer to. Because that's how I see it too. Like how did everything get to that crime scene without Ron Logan knowing? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Pat Brown knows. Don't know. Maybe
He knows. He knows where to park.
Yeah, he knows where to park.
Yeah.
You know, there's the camera.
Poor Pat Brown.
Oh, Red. Oh, Red. Oh, Red, thank you so much. So this would be the same troll that was in here. So you really don't have a life, do you? You poor thing. You know, so when I block you, it just go make an account named Red now.
Yeah. Red, just go subscribe to my channel.
Oh, bye. Yeah. So yeah, Red. So go ahead. I mean, you're right. I mean, it is my channel, and Adam does have a channel, if you actually know that. Yeah. And Adam knows that he's forced to stay here. Like,
yes,
I make Adam stay. He tries to go, and I'm like, you ain't going anywhere.
It's only because of the pictures that you have.
As soon as I can find a house stock, I'll be a free elf.
Yeah. Yeah. But thank you for your love and support, Red. Please go make another profile and then come leave another beautiful comment like this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, that's my fake account.
Yeah, that's Adam's fake account. You guys go over to Adam's channel. It always does make me laugh when people say that, because it's one of those things that, yeah, it's my channel. I'm not, like I said, and Adam and Deb would come on it through being subscribers in the chat, and then it was just one of those things where Adam, he just couldn't let go of my foot. Well, I was trying to shake him off.
I am technically considered an administrator in the channel.
True. Yeah.
It's a little mine, right?
But yeah. He's still a troll. No. But I love it when people, it does always make me laugh whenever I see comments like that.
I'm a minority owner.
If Adam wanted to go on his own channel, Adam can go on his own channel, and Adam can pop out videos all day long if he wants to. Adam, again, he just can't let go of the strings. It just can't. Adam, we've talked about this. Actually, Adam was actually getting annoyed. But I think both him and Deb, because I kept going, you guys can go, right? Like, no one's forcing you guys ever to stay here.
Well, no, I wasn't annoyed. I was like, does she trying to tell me she wants me to go?
Yeah, like, right? Because I wasn't meaning it to come like that at all. My thing is that I have no bounds to anyone. Everyone has the right to do what they want. If they want to join the show and whatever type of thing, they can. And if not, they don't have to. Right. But I never want to make anyone feel like they're obligated. No. Because they have the right to go, hey, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm going to go do some stuff on my own channel.
This is a pretty large time-consuming commitment, and I don't think anyone would do it if they didn't want to. You know, and like, you know, and
Yeah.
for me, like I've told you, Sonny, that, you know, I'm like, I understand I can do a lot more on my own thing, and but you know, but I like our dynamic. I think that, you know, and there's no offense to you, Lewis, at all. I'm just saying from the beginning of when we started doing this.
Yeah.
And I think that was some of the things that people like. They like the way we work together and talk, and that's not something you're going to get when you don't work with someone. So, and you know, and that was, you know, right there in that. So it was just that kind of dynamic of personalities and the way people, you know, we go off of each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So,
and we bring different strengths, and
yeah, and we always did.
I mean, and not have any weaknesses, but we bring more different strengths to the show.
Yeah, you know, we all three of us did. Deb had her thing, Adam has his, and you know, we have I mean, Deb's still not a Cancer, but you know,
right. Deb was a little abusive.
She was, yeah. I think it was, you know, my mom always said if looks could kill, you know, that my mom would always say that to me, if looks could kill. But I feel like Deb was that way.
Lewis hasn't tried to hit me yet.
No, I haven't seen that look in Lewis's eyes yet. You get in there, he's just smiling away. He's going, "Can I talk? And is there going to be a point when I can talk?" Go ahead, Lewis. Let's hear from Lewis.
And now Deb's like, "Oh, I understand that."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. What's up with Lewis?
I was watching something interesting the other day, and then I thought of it again because McDougal's always in chat. And I wonder if he's related to the author who wrote that book on the Yosemite murders. Have you guys ever heard about those? They remind me of Delphi so much.
I've heard of them, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I've just heard.
It was a family, a mother and a daughter, and the daughter's friend that went to Yosemite, and the husband was supposed to meet them to go back, and they wound up disappearing, and then they found the rental car later, and all three of them had mistreated.
Yeah.
In the cabin? Was it where they found him inside the cabin?
The next one was the cabin. That was the person that actually was out there that did research and pictures and stuff. But there was a family that was unalive before that, the woman in the cabin. But what makes me think of Delphi is the person that did this had a fantasy, and his original fantasy was his girlfriend and her 2 kids. And he did maintenance at the park where the cabins were and the hotel where they had stayed. And he was all ready to act out in this fantasy that he had planned for who knows how long in his head. And then this mom with her daughter and her friend just happened to be perfect substitutes. And he chose, to do that instead of his girlfriend and her 2 kids. So it makes me wonder, because everyone keeps saying, what's motive? The motive might not have anything to do with Delphi.
Right.
The motive in Delphi might have something to do with his fantasies. And this could just be a substitute. And
his younger brother, the killer, his younger brother actually was also kidnapped.
He was. When they were like 7 or 8, he was held for, I think, 7 years.
And then the person kidnapped another little boy, and the boy escaped and became kind of a national hero, and it's part of what propelled the older brother to like hate his younger brother, and from all the fame he got. They made a movie about it. Everyone would know the name of this kid because it was a made-for-TV movie in the late 80s.
Yeah,
wrote a book about it.
Yeah, I can't think of the name though. It slips my mind, but yeah.
And there was just a 3-part documentary on something about it as well.
Yeah, but what reminded me that the other day was I always see McDougal in there, and the author that wrote one of the largest books on that case was last name McDougal. So the connection, but it just the thoughts pop up because everyone keeps saying, how could somebody do this? What's their motive? And is it this or that? And that seems to be the biggest question lately because everything else is being kept quiet. And I don't think people think of the fact that this could have been a completely different motive that was a planned thing in his head and had nothing to really do other than the fact that he saw them and they represented the person that he really wanted to, commit the crime with. So just something that was bouncing around for a couple of weeks.
Yes, Stainer, that is the last name. The younger brother's name was, the killer's name was Tom Stainer, I think. And then his younger brother's name was, Kenny? I can't remember now. But anyway.
Yeah. It was Carrie Stainer was
Carrie, yes.
the guy. Yeah, if I remember
He's
correctly.
the killer.
Yeah, because when I first heard the story years and years ago, I was listening to it on TV while doing other things, and they kept referring to him as Carrie, and it kept throwing me off because I kept thinking that was one of the three victims because it was a woman's name in my head.
Right.
And so that's always stuck in my head that once I correlated the fact that it was the person that committed the crime, that Carrie just sticks there.
Right. And then, and I know that the one that was kidnapped for years ended up dying in a motorcycle accident years later.
Yeah.
Real.
And
that's right.
because of that incident, he was still kept in their family as the person that was always talked about, and it had a lot of effect on the brother's psyche. It could be part of why he had so many issues as he got older.
Well, Adam, I'm just gonna save those messages so I can. I hate it though when you.
Those are the ones you meant, right?
Yeah, I hate it though when you're doing them what you think is in order, and then all of a sudden it stops, and you're like, "Well, hold on, but there was more than that." Right,
and clearly there's a gap or two in in the conversation because you can always tell when you're reading screenshots. You're like, okay, well that doesn't flow. You're like, so what's missing there,
But that always pops up because that was on Valentine's Day weekend also.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you knew that, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did.
Quite a bit of research. Valentine's Day, 1999, I believe.
The Yosemite ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the brothers' kidnapping was years before that.
Yeah, that was when they were kids. No, but that actual crime, the one that makes me think of Delphi, the dates too with that is Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Just loading up those messages.
I guess I could have put the page numbers on them, Sonny. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know which is the first one, to be honest.
No. You want me to number them and then?
No, just tell me which one is the first one. What does the first one start with?
The first one starts with evidence.
Has come back?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know how.
And then, of course, it drives me crazy because that screen's in the bottom, and so it cuts off part of it.
Okay.
And then the second one is in blue.
Which is the second one?
The second one, the first line is in blue, and it says, he says, hey, Libby says, who is he?
Great, is this the same one? This looks like it's the same one. Let me get rid of it.
And then the first line in gray says, I don't know Annie, and it sounds so different.
Wait, the first, hold on. Wait, what's this one?
That's not the second one.
No, but it's the same one. See, it wanted to give it to me twice. So the first one was evidence has come back.
Right.
And then the second one is...
Mm-hmm. The second one then is not that one. Not that one.
Is that the same?
No. The second page also has that thing at the bottom. I don't know.
Well, there's a couple of them with zero.
See, that's the second page has the little thing at the bottom too. I think that's the second page.
Let me go back to the messages. So that's the first one. Evidence has, I don't know Annie.
And then go one picture over.
Huh?
The other picture you just showed, I think, was the second page.
Evidence has come back from Logan's. That's the first one you sent. That's from the order that you sent it. That's the first one. Is it?
Yes, that's the first one, and then the second one starts out.
I don't know Annie.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's the second one.
Evidence has come back. Yeah, I don't know how well these are going to come.
And then the third one starts out with okay.
Oh, don't multitask me too much, man. I'll forget in a second. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how good this, because it's kind of a light thing anyway. And so if it looks cut off, it's because it is. That's how they were sent. And
Carol, these are not they're not documents. These are just some messenger exchanges that Gray Hughes had shown on his show.
I believe it was, wasn't it like Anna's friend? Like
did Gray say on that who they were with?
Well, I recall Gray talking with Anna's friend, and that's when Gray was talking about what Abby said, Libby said, type of thing.
But he didn't say a name or anything, though, right?
He didn't say the name. He just said Anna's friend. So basically, the information he heard, which is probably referring to this messages here, was through Anna's friend.
Right. And when you see the reference to someone named Annie, that's the friend talking about.
Yeah, and his weren't whited out or anything like that.
So Annie is Annie. I assume that Annie is Anna.
Well, I was going to say, Adam, do you have them there so you can read it? To read them? Like I put it up here.
It's really hard on my phone because it's so small
to
read them. Because it blurs them out a little bit.
Okay, so this says evidence has come. Is that the right one?
Go back one.
Evidence has come back from around Logan's property. Hopefully, it helps them tie it to someone. Then he's whatever said. I don't know. Let's just omit the blue because it was cut off.
And I think blue. If that's gray, unless I believe the blue would be gray.
Yeah.
I'm not accused. I think that's him though.
Like this probably said, sure took long enough is probably what that said there. And then it says Annie seen the rest of the video. So Annie meaning Anna. That's who that is. Annie is meaning Anna. Because that's what he was referring to, that Anna had seen it. So Annie's seen the rest of the video. There isn't much. We already knew that, though. They want him to think there is. That is Abby's shirt, the gray part in the picture. Then it says, she looks up at Libby and says, he's right behind me, isn't he? Hurry to the other end. The girls are discussing which way to go. Something about 2 ways. It's very hard to hear. Then Abby says, is that a gun? He's got a gun. Okay, so it's Abby, supposedly, that says that through Anna's friend here, whoever that is. He says, hey, Libby, and she says, He says, down the hill, gun cocks. So he says, hey, Libby, says, Does that make sense? He says, hey, Libby, and I guess Libby said, He says, down the hill, cocks gun, or gun cocks. They had to tell her that was what it is on the gun sound.
Right.
Then it's gone. Annie said she thinks she ran out of storage. It wasn't like she shut it off or any noise. What does that mean, actually?
Right. And I want to interject really quickly. I had Carol, what she just said, he says her name. I had the exact same thought when I heard this for the first time, and I had someone clarify it to me. And this goes to show why punctuation can be very important. My understanding from what I've been told now is that he says, hey.
Hey.
And then Libby says, Because I thought the same thing. I was like, well, how did he know Libby's name?
Yeah.
And then someone explained to me that
punctuation.
That it's 2 different things. He says, hey. And Libby says,
He says down the hill, gun cocks.
Yeah.
That
should be punctuation there to make, because changes the whole context without it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm bad for not punctuating properly because I'm not really good at it. I don't really know where to use my commas, and I honestly don't. Never cared about that stuff in school too much, and I was always known for not putting punctuation where, like, when my little paper would come back, it would have frickin' from the teacher, frickin' circles and all this stuff saying this doesn't belong here, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I never did understand where those things always were meant to be. I knew where quotation marks were supposed to go. That was about end question marks. But yeah, the comma thing.
Right.
Not so good at it.
Punctuation's important.
Punctuation's important. Yeah. Okay. So then the next one says, I don't know. So let me find that one. So this one says, okay, so this one says, I don't know, Annie said it sounds so different from what we hear being enhanced.
Is that the third one?
The second one.
No, what's the very first one?
The very first one.
You don't read that top line. He says, "Hey, Libby." Says, "Who is he?" In blue. At the very top.
Are you? Oh, I'm just going in the order that you sent them to me in Messenger. To be honest, that's the way that they came through in Messenger. So
that's the second one right there.
That's what I was just reading.
Okay, I didn't hear you read that first line.
Oh, okay. This is one where it says, I don't know, Annie said it sounds like so different. Oh, I see. At the top there, you're talking about in the blue.
Yeah.
Okay. So gotcha. So he says, hey, Libby says, who is he? So right, that person took it that way. Probably Gray, I think it was. I don't know. Annie said it sounds so different from what we hear being enhanced. She said it made her sick. He had no emotion. She couldn't explain it. And then the person in blue says, which is Gray. Can you stop for a second and answer my question? Okay.
Sounds like Gray.
Yeah, that sounds like Gray. Sounds like Gray.
That part I found interesting because someone asked me, they were like, what do you think that means about it? The sounds so different. And I take that as that, when they played that for the families, that, it really was like that early, very staticky, harder to listen to recording, So I think, even the 2017 version we got of it was enhanced somewhat. And then the 2019, it's been enhanced even more, which is why it can sound so different.
Yeah.
But I think the original uncut or unenhanced audio, I mean, think about it. They were on the top of that bridge. So think of the wind. Think of how loud that would have been and how staticky and noisy. So I think that's what they're referring to as that.
Okay. So then it says, from what Annie says, it was really nervous. The police wonder if the girl spoke to him on the way in. We'll just say other person says, that's my theory. They saw him at the 500 step sign, then walked and noticed he wasn't following and felt safe, but then he followed quickly later. Right. Then this person says, that's all I know. Annie had no clue who he is. She believes she could somewhat pick up Gray in the beard. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't answer a lot of her questions. I bet you're right. So she must have saw the video where they picked up then some Gray in the beard.
Well, so if Anna saw the video, she said she felt like she could see a little bit of Gray in the beard, which would have been there. And I think the 500 steps thing would refer to where the two trails cut off, like you go down to the 505 trail. Because even if you look at the timeline, we know now from the affidavit, it makes sense that they may have encountered him at a different point in the before they walked onto the bridge. Yeah, because they could have easily crossed paths before.
Yeah.
And he might have gone down that 505 trail and waited for them to get on the bridge, because you can see up onto the bridge from the 505 trail.
Yeah. I mean, all I think about is that 22 minutes.
Right.
That he was ahead. Basically, that was a...
Right.
So, yes, I see Gray in the beard, too. Can you clarify what you wrote above? Which part? He says, hey, Libby, says, He says, down the hill, the gun cocks. They had to tell her that what it is on the gun sound. God, this person just types beautifully. Here. And so the next one, whoops, my bad, sorry.
The third one starts out with, in blue, says, okay, so this is what Annie told you, he said, and she saw the video.
Okay, so that's this one here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what Adam just said. Okay, so this is what I told you. Blah 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 blah. And then she says yes. He says, "Wow. So how long is the suspect on this video?" I think less than 2 seconds.
Right.
Uh, about what we see pieced together. She said there's really nothing. Okay, so they're saying they see some gray, and then they put out a 19-year-old picture in 2019.
Right.
Pretty sure 19-year-old doesn't have gray hair.
Right.
If
Well,
they can
Anna
see-
thought she. I mean, if Anna thought she saw gray, that doesn't mean law enforcement agreed with her.
yeah.
But
Right. I mean, 2 seconds, right? So there, unless that's, do you think that they were showing the full video or just part of it?
I think they, from what I've been told, they were shown
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the majority of the video, from my understanding, is really there's just some talk about which
Right.
is when they're at the end of the bridge about which way to, because Abby hurries up and gets off the end of the bridge with Libby, and they kind of discuss which way to go, but there's not really a good answer to begin with, and then that's when Abby turns and it's like, is that a gun?
Right.
And I think, I don't know if we'll read it in this, but I was told that video just cuts off super abruptly. Like, did she run out of cloud storage or what happened?
Right. Right. Which is too bad.
I was surprised that he's only in it for like 2 seconds, though.
Right. Well, right. 2 seconds. Well, I mean, obvious. What? So wait, the 2 seconds that we see of him walking.
So we've seen 1.7 seconds of it. So yeah. So I mean, if that's the first time she really put that camera up to point it towards him.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
So then she says no, and she said the angle of the video is not in the normal way she was holding it. We can't tell anyone this. Have you heard any more? And he says, no, just that Ives confirmed to me that the girls were off the southeast end of the bridge when they filmed the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the one after this, Adam?
So the one after this would be, it would start in gray, and it says, sorry, was cleaning my phone and sent you that.
Okay, so this one here. Okay.
Right. And I believe these messages are from 2018, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I don't know 100%, but I think that's what I was told.
Okay. So it says, sorry, I was cleaning my phone and sent you that. No problem. So the suspect says down the hill, and you hear a gun cock. Sounds right out of Hollywood. Yes, and Annie couldn't pick it up herself. Holman told her what it was. Okay, so basically Holman told her, Anna, what the gun sound was. Okay, so above you say that Abby said he is right behind me. Where was that in the video? I will ask her. I have not asked her that question. She said he was moving fast for being on that bridge. She said the voice, like when she gets excited or mad and you get that quiver. She said there's nothing and no emotion at all. It sounds a lot different being enhanced in the tone. Mm-hmm. So he says, so I imagine that Abby was walking on the bridge and Libby was filming her and the guy was coming up from behind her. Shit. Right. This is all stuff I had already thought. Yeah. I wasn't sure about the blue thing in one of the images, but in a discussion the other day, we decided that we decided that it could be the left part of Abby's jacket. Someone pointed that out to me. Yeah. I think he's right-handed. Yeah. Okay. I think he's right-handed. The officer also said that they were 8 to 10 feet apart. They believed he dropped one and the other tried to get away, but did not tell her which was which. Mm-hmm. When they were 8 to 10 feet apart.
When were they 8 to 10 feet away?
Yeah. Oh,
And
when were
I think he's now referring to the crime scene. He's now referring to where they were found.
okay. The officer told her that they were 8 to 10 feet apart. They believe he dropped. No, that's not what he's talking about. I don't. Well, I don't
We'll
know.
keep reading. I think if we keep reading, I think
Yeah.
that's where.
Which is the next one?
The next one. The next one says the reason I believed he's right-handed.
Okay.
And this is again why this is why I think they had jumped to now talking about the crime scene and where the bodies were found.
Well, yeah, because I'm just thinking about because then you go back to Dave Erskine's text. They were touching but not bound.
Right.
You know, and I don't believe that they were 8 to 10 feet apart.
Right. And I like my theory on the whole like idea that one of them tried to crawl away. I don't think one of them tried to crawl away. I believe that there may have been blood evidence with a trail that people found. You know, I think when he dragged one of the bodies to move them, I think it might have made it look like they tried to crawl. One of them tried to crawl away when really he probably just moved the body.
Yeah. Hey, Allie.
Because I mean, if you know the extent of those injuries, they're not necessarily injuries that you would live long enough to really crawl away from.
Right.
In my opinion. And I'm not a medical person, but in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. So then it continues. Let's see here. It says the reason I think that's supposed to be believed. Yeah. The reason I believed he's right-handed because Abby's left side was beaten so bad on her face. At the crime scene.
And that's why she was braided.
Yeah.
Which we'd heard that before. I mean,
I actually didn't hear that Abby's face was beaten so bad. I never heard that before.
I'd heard that was the reason for the braid, to beat on the side of the face, and I don't like to go into that, you know. But I mean, I know that I've heard early on. I heard that, you know, a lot of people when they went to that funeral, especially when it came to Abby, could not understand why they chose to have an open casket. Because of the amount. I mean, and they can do incredible work when they do that kind of stuff, but it's hard to replicate youth.
Just so you know, that's why early on that they had said that they felt that she was hit with the butt of the gun,
right?
The head injuries. That's one of the reasons why that's always been said.
Yeah,
I was thinking that. Yeah,
from that, from the appearance of them, Abby actually looks like she got the worst of it, but it's because of the kind of the blunt force injury she received to her face and arms.
Oh, it just makes me so angry. It just makes me so angry thinking about those poor girls.
Yeah.
It makes me just so angry that anyone would do this to children. It's just so heartbreaking thinking about it. But anyways, so it says, that's why Abby's face was braided on the left side of her face to help cover it. Then the other person says, well, I assumed right-handed because the bulge, which was apparently really was a gun, was in the right pocket. I observed that his right hand is higher than his left hand, left-handed in the jean pocket and right-handed in the hoodie or jacket pocket, propping it up. Then that person says, yes, I didn't think about that. I did tell you the girls were not raped, but the family told me to keep it quiet. Well, we know by Dave Erskine's text that that's what was said, that there was no rape. So that obviously that's being said here as well.
Gonna go yellow, Sonny.
Huh? Oh, right. SA people. Even though I hear people use it on other channels, but I don't know if theirs is green or not. But anyways, where did I go?
That kind of stuff when we have to talk about this subject matter.
So SA people, SA. Okay. So I have heard that many times from different people. The person in blue says, then person says, I thought so. Then the other person says, wow, so they knew they were in danger, but had nowhere to go, really. Yes, they didn't even really have time to do anything, like a deer in headlights.
Right.
Yes, he was only about 70 feet away in those still shots. Very close.
Moving quickly.
Is that what it says?
Well, no, but I mean, it said it
Oh, yeah.
earlier. It was moving quicker than you should be walking on that bridge.
Which one?
Yeah, they did say that earlier too, how fast he was moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is next, Adam?
Yeah. So you said he's, and then that's the end of it.
Oh no! What? Wait, did we already read? No, we. Oh yeah, we did. Was that it?
Oh wait. There was this one. Wait. What is this? Let me see. Hold on. Oh no, there is another one. I didn't send it to you just now. Sorry. Let me get it to you. Did did he show that picture on that video?
No, we didn't read this one here. It says, "I will ask her." Hold on. I don't think we read this one.
Which one?
Oh no, we did. Oh no, we did. Okay.
Yeah, you read that one. But then I don't think I don't believe that the picture was shown on there, and so I wasn't going to put that on there. But or was it? You watched the video. I didn't.
Say that again.
When Gray covered this and he went over this and showed these things, did he show the picture?
I don't recall. I don't recall, but I was just quickly scanning. I don't.
Okay,
recall.
so yeah, I'll send you the other the last page.
Okay.
There is a picture of an item of clothing from the actual scene, but I don't think that's been put out there, and I don't want to be the one to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if he did or not, but
yeah. So here, but this is the last page, the one I just sent you.
Okay. So we'll just venture to think that he didn't.
Yeah, and so when you hear the beginning of this last page, they're going to reference an item of clothing, and there's a picture of a belt that was found under the bridge from the actual scene.
Okay, so it says they sent that to Annie on her way to work right before Logan's was searched. She had to take Abby's belts in the next day for measurement, but they told her it hadn't come back yet. The belt they sent off, she sent it to me. I thought it looked huge, but it's very close to her other belts. That wasn't at the actual crime scene. It was on the side of the bridge somewhere. I am praying the evidence leads to someone that came in. No, she didn't, and I will ask her. I did ask, he said, did she say the suspect? And then whatever, it cuts off. I will. I did ask how old she thought, and that's when she said she thought she could see gray in his beard.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Right. And then there's a picture of and then looks like they showed a picture of BG. Yeah, but there was a picture from the scene of a belt. I haven't looked back to the pictures of Abby on the bridge or anything. We'd heard about the belt early on, but I can't see any of the pictures that I can think of that she's wearing a belt, but that doesn't mean she's not.
Right.
The belt does look big, in my opinion, when I see the picture, and then I'm like, so when it was, I liked that they said that it matched the kind of size of her other belts.
Hey Allie, there's Allie Cakes.
Hey, I was just talking about unsolved crimes uncovered with someone the other day, and about how much they liked you.
We were talking about you and your video on your car. I actually watched your whole video. I don't usually do that. I know that shouldn't be an honor, but for me, that is a hurdle to watch an entire video. So I was sharing that with people to go check that out. That was the one where she'd basically gathered all the data on the Elantras, and I think it was 305 of those were white. And that one in Moscow.
Is Unsolved Crimes Uncovered covering Idaho now?
Yeah, she's doing some Idaho there.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, you should email me Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. I'd like to hear from your opinion on some of this stuff.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, Allie, do you got time to come join us if I drop the link? You want to talk about that, your video that you had just put out there? Do you have time? If you don't, that's fine. Yes, I am. I will. Was she talking to you or is she talking to me?
Probably me. No, I'm kidding. Probably both of us.
I don't know. Allie, were you talking to Adam or me? Let me put it this way. I'll drop you the link to the StreamYard. And if you do have time, there's the link. And you can come talk about your video that you did. And yeah, did you watch it, Lewis, at all?
No, I didn't.
We'll see. Well, push
It's been a
Lewis
busy
off.
week.
Oh, she can't go live right now. I'm listening
Right.
and trying to put the baby down. Yeah, I know.
Maybe Friday night.
Yeah,
If free.
maybe we'll set up another time, Allie, if you want to come on and chit chat with us.
I really enjoyed the night she was on. I thought I really enjoyed her energy and her information.
Yeah, and I like your home as well. I was too busy. Sorry, Allie, I wasn't always paying attention to you. I kept looking around your home, going, "Oh, that looks cozy. Oh, that's a nice color blue. Oh, that looks cozy." Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Allie. So anyone, Lewis is. So, what do you think of what you heard there? Was that stuff you had already heard yourself, or?
Yeah, that's been out a while, but it matches up with a lot of the other rumors that are out there. Like I said, with the being hit with the gun and things like that. There's a lot of things that corroborate that. Erskine texts corroborate too, and it seems like a lot of those things did come from Anna's side, because
well,
that's why I've always felt that she was the one that was targeted, not Libby.
You always felt that. Do you want to tell people again why you think perhaps it was Abby?
Well, there's multiple reasons, but just from the way they've described the scene and the way the two bodies were, one seemed to be dressed nicely and hands folded and in a different position. The other one was half covered with leaves and left half, the way they described that. And usually when you've got somebody that's doing this because they've been infatuated with or following or had some reason to go after one individual, that's the one that they do that with. They want them to not be looked at in like just a brutal manner. That would explain the leaked information about the way she was at the crime scene.
It's interesting because in so many cases I hear the opposite, as far as like in the Idaho case, that they've said that I've heard a lot of people in the behavioral science department and the FBI and different experts say that sometimes that usually the person that's almost shown in a humiliated manner, or the person that receives the brutality in a way that the other victim doesn't, alludes to that the rage against the target.
What you're saying fits when the person that's targeted is specifically targeted because of something they've done or there's an impression there, and usually that's an older victim. When it's a younger victim,
even in Idaho, that it's like their infatuation with that person. It doesn't necessarily mean they want revenge. It could just mean that their obsession on that person is what creates that rage.
Yeah, but with a younger victim, usually that younger victim is being representative of a different person in their life. They're being used as a replacement for whatever their rage or their anxiety has been, and usually that's when they're treated differently. Most of the time when it's a younger victim, they're the ones that are actually put in a different place. And not to classify his issues, but a lot of times it has to come down to their childhood, and they're reliving something that they felt. And a lot of times that replacement is treated in a better manner than the one that's just a casualty of being there. A victim of circumstance, it doesn't matter. That person is just treated as being there, an animal. The one that they focused on, usually there's some infatuation going on in their head, and this fantasy's built up and built up and built up over the years, and it has to fit the picture that's in their mind. So Majority of the time that happens, they're dressed, they're put in a different way, they're posed. When you've got staging of a crime scene and posing, that's not that vicious, uncalculated death that's just left open for you to find, or partially covered up. That's the one where they want to present that to show off a different thing. Unless the staging is just to present something different, but most of the time staging is done because that fantasy's built up, and they're the ones that they put the time and attention into, not the one that just happened to be there.
There you go.
I have to say, Lewis, I respect that, but I disagree a little bit. Just because, I mean, everything I've a lot of I know what you're saying, and I feel like that's the case, especially if it's a family member that ends up doing it, because there's remorse in it almost. But I look at like an Adam Walsh or like something like this where there can be like an intense amount of brutality, and to fulfill that fantasy, and then also to indulge your rage that you have inside you already. But neither of us know what was in his head, so hopefully we'll find out.
Let's take a hypothetical. Let's say that this is an acting out fantasy based on another person in his family that he's got some rage towards. After that happens, because he didn't actually inflict that on the family member, because he can't bring himself to do that. This is sort of like premeditated planning in his head for what he wants to do. And then all of a sudden, once the act is done, there's the remorse of, why did I do this? And that's why a lot of times you'll see the victim in cases like that is redressed or posed, or makeup is put on, or they put pictures over the eyes and things like that. And that's to give them.
The victim in this case that might resemble someone in his family would be Libby.
Yeah, see, I see it differently because of the way they describe the body being left.
I just want to clear something up, because people in the chat keep saying this. No, they never said Libby's name. What it was that there was punctuation missing that should have been there. So it was basically like he says, "Hey," then there should have been a comma, and then Libby says, "Hmm."
Yeah, for 2 days I thought the same thing everyone else did. I was like,
so he didn't say, "Hey, Libby," just to make that very clear. Alexa, what do you think?
And Lewis, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm sorry, Lewis. I do feel different.
You're not. The whole idea is to toss different ideas around.
I was going to say, there's no apologies needed for any of this, because just because Adam doesn't agree doesn't mean it's nothing to just do about disrespecting. It's simply to give each other's own opinions, because that's just simply it. We don't know.
Lewis is wrong. Lewis is wrong, and I don't want to.
Lewis, you're wrong. Get off the show. You're wrong.
We're basing speculation off of rumors, so we really don't know anything. But who wants to listen to a channel where all three people are saying the same thing? And yeah, you're right. People want to hear different theories, and that's why they listen. You're not going to offend me, because if you came up with my theory, I'd throw the other one at you as a possibility.
Right. If they're agreeing with me, I'd love that channel. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that they come to listen to me talk about my egg farts. I think that that's truly why people come to join us, about the deviled egg story. I think
most of the listeners aren't familiar with that story from last night.
I don't want to go into it again, please.
So now you've just confused half of the viewers.
It's okay. They can stay confused, because that's no yoke. Because they come here for the jokes. So that's no yoke, right, Lisa?
Anyways. And I mean, I think some, not about the way they were left, but we have been told about the way that Abby was kind of redressed and things, but we definitely do know, even just by some of the stuff that was found at the crime scene. Clearly, both of the girls were in some state of undress.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he took items as well. So that the whole thing is very interesting.
Yeah.
I've always assumed that Libby was the target, mainly because of the type of injuries that Abby endured compared to the one Libby did, and then I feel like Abby probably was killed first, and then I believe that Libby was killed, because I think he took his time on Libby.
Mm. I mean, hopefully, like I said, hopefully one day we actually get to know the answers to a lot of these questions because I can see where Lewis is coming from.
Yeah,
I mean, although to me it makes more sense that it was about Libby. I mean, again, we could be a monkey's uncle here, and it totally could have been about Abby the whole time. But usually, to me, when you see rage on somebody more excessive
right.
than the other, it was to me, it's almost that feeling of yeah, like for Libby, it's like, or sorry, for Abby, it's like, okay,
Right.
well, Abby, you get the, gun across the head, but here we're just going to lay you down like a little nun person, and
Yeah,
Libby's got, so unless that was totally deceiving as well,
right.
it just seems like to me more rage is put into the person that it's actually more for. That's just
I
my.
Yeah, I believe, and I actually believe that I believe that the killer themselves was the biggest focus they had, meaning
Yeah.
the killer, because I think he valued himself above anything else, and so I think he was focusing whatever sickness he found pleasure in those moments. It was his focus. I mean, I don't think at the end of the day these girls meant more to him than carnage, the way because the way he left them out in those woods.
Now, see, I also don't see the attack on Libby as being as violent as people believe it is, because if you look at the injuries, I think it was different. I don't think that those injuries were what took her life. I think that she was strangulated, which would lead up to the dark fingernails and the
They both
fact
have
that they correlated the death to being loss of oxygen and blood. And I think that the wounds that described were after death. I think they were all post-mortem. And that explains some of the stuff that's been leaked about the condition of the crime scene too, and what you've seen taken from the scene. I think if the wounds were the way you described them caused death, that you would have way more evidence that would have had to been picked up. And I just think it was a different situation. I think the neck injuries were staged to cover up the strangulation. I really do.
I mean, I think you're partially right there, but I mean, I do know there are ways they can determine whether something was post-mortem or and I believe that I from what I've been told, the main the main attack against her neck is what killed her.
Yeah, see, I've heard other things that have been said local, and that's where that belt sort of ties into the fact that was possibly used as a garrote, and then the actual injuries were to cover that up. I think that there was more planning into this by the person that did it, as opposed to just a violent outbreak at the scene there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
you don't bring those things with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So with what we know, putting it as more of a planned thing, I can't see just a violent outbreak. And I think that's what they say by staging, is this was designed to look like a violent attack, and it really was not. I think it was a horrible attack, but I don't think it was a spur of the moment violent thing. And I really think more time and thought was put into how to cover up the injury to make it look like it was something different.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hit the like? Allie's she's not actually asking you, she's requiring it of you.
Yeah.
And I think that's right, Allie. Use your brute force there. Thank you, Allie.
And again, we don't know, for fact what happened out there. We're speculating on it, the whole thing, but I mean, I also think that, in my opinion, I feel like those girls being in any state of undress, to me, at their age, should be considered an SA, because even if he didn't make physical contact with them in that way, that doesn't mean something else may not have taken place.
And then in chat, I'll have to disagree with Deb on that too, because if the guy's any kind of a hunter, and you understand how hunters work, once they have their prey, they then make the cuts to drain the body, and that's why you would have a lot of blood in one spot and not arterial spray all over the entire woods. And the crime scene depicts more large blood in one spot bleeding out than it does arterial spray all over the trees where they would have taken a lot of bark for samples. And that wasn't done. Those trees were not all cut up for that. So I believe that a bleed out is what was done like you would do with an animal when you're hunting.
But if you then reference the Ron Logan search warrant, they talk about how the killer would have gotten the spray back on him, which, you know, to me goes with Zeb's point as far as there being arterial spray. You know, and they said in that search warrant, there's no way that he could not have had blood all over him. And then he was seen bloody and muddy walking away from the scene. So, I mean, I think we just know, and I think we'll find out.
But I mean, the scene doesn't describe that. Only their description of what he should look like off of assumptions from the injuries. Because at that point, they were assuming what the injuries were. There was no autopsy done at the scene there. And if you had spray, it would have been everywhere. But to move the bodies, you would have got blood all over you too, which is why they probably assumed he had a lot of blood on him because of the injuries. And the fact that if you're moving him, you're probably grabbing from under their arms and dragging the bodies. And if the injuries were in front of you, you would get blood on you too. So if they were staged that way, you would actually explain why he would have blood all over him, but not all over the scene, just in one spot where it would drain out. Large puddles of blood on the ground is not arterial spray.
No, I know. I know that. Yeah, I know, but I just know the way that I've heard the blood pattern described of the scene was a little different than that. Yeah. So
I've just never found anything that explained blood all over the trees and bark being taken as samples. Everything is described the ground and the leaves in his body.
Yeah.
They've always left out the trees, and the arterial spray would hit trees all over because the way the trees circle the scene. Nothing I've seen describes that. Everything describes the ground and him.
They've also never discussed anything else taken from the scene at all that we know might have been there. They've never discussed the knife could have been left there. So there's a lot they haven't discussed.
Correct.
That doesn't mean like I said, at the end of the day, we're going to find out, hopefully.
Yeah. It's just that people can come up with the reasons why I'm wrong, but then when I come up with why it could be right, we don't have proof of either one. So you have to sort of keep open on both.
Oh, I have the autopsy report. You don't?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about you.
Yeah.
Did you want me to put the autopsy reports out there? I'm kidding. I don't. I'm kidding.
Those are the things that will put out the death certificate things, which they always make mistakes on. That's a goofy thing to even consider because the person that was doing those at the time had so many errors on other ones that even if those things were real, you can't go by anything that's on them. Yeah. And if they were wrong, you can't change them. It's almost impossible to go back and change an original report.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a null and void thing. Yeah.
No, I know there can be copies when things like with the Ancestry thing. I reached out to Ancestry and I haven't heard back from them yet. I not necessarily about the specificity of that, but I wanted to because it said it was sourced from Ancestry. On the thing, you can go on the Ancestry and download them. Well, they're gone now, but I was curious just how Ancestry works to validate the information when they put stuff on there. But I haven't heard back from. I'm assuming my email probably went to just some.
It would be nice to know, but the sad part is even if you know where they came from is accurate, you still can't trust them.
Well, no, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, just hearing Becky say they're not, because I mean, Becky has the death certificate, so I mean, she would know if it's the same information or not.
Yeah.
To me, there was nothing on that in there, fake or real. There was nothing in there that was interesting. I didn't think.
Yeah.
Not one thing in there was like, oh.
Yeah. Deb, I just wanted to say this because I've seen Ray say it. My ex-husband did the same thing. He did it on the ground, and once it was all done, then he would hang it up. But he would let it bleed out there and open it up and dress it, whatever he on the ground. Yeah. Just meaning, I was just answering that because Deb said she never heard that, but because what Ray said there, and I was like, I was just picturing my ex-husband killing a deer and what he did. Actually, it was Matthew's first deer.
See, normally with that, you if you are a hunter, a lot of times depending on the property and where you are, you'll let them drain out on the ground before you take them to your vehicle, so you're not having a huge mess in the vehicle.
It's not so heavy.
And then you hang them up when you get home to drain completely. But
Can I answer really quickly? Who does Ancestry does not pull death certificates? You're correct. But anyone can request a death certificate, and you pay for it. And from when I looked into this, because again, I don't think they're real, but when I looked into this, there was a large update because when things become publicly available, and there was a short amount of time that those were publicly available. And Ancestry, they were uploaded at the same time as a lot of other death certificates from the area in 2017, I believe it was. So I'm not saying that they pulled the death certificate, but they could have uploaded it, definitely, because anyone can request a copy of the death certificate. You have to have them for several reasons. Close a bank account out, insurance, all sorts of things. Anyone that's had a parent pass away knows how many copies of those that they have to end up getting.
They would have needed those in order to get the info release from the different social media accounts that they did request in court. A lot of reason you need those documents.
When my grandpa passed away, Verizon needed one to close his cell phone account.
Yeah. And I will give you guys a tidbit in Indiana. Just because you're the parent does not make you the legal guardian in the eyes of the court. Indiana is one of those states where you have to actually prove guardianship, even if you are the parent on the birth certificate. Even if both parents want to sign off on something, Indiana, for certain investment accounts, they require actual proof of guardianship, which means you've got to go back to court and get that released.
Yeah, Jerry McClurkin Jerry McClurkin didn't get any of that from when Karina's biological mother did.
I've had to go through it with a request for accounts for a minor, and like Fidelity would not give me anything, even with me and Jen writing off on there as being on the birth certificate without actually going to court and get more documents. Indiana makes it a little more difficult than some other states.
Right. At the end of the day, with those death certificates, though, I'm kind of bored with them because, like I said, I don't think there was anything in them that was interesting.
That's the thing. Even if they're proven to be right or wrong, you can't trust the information from the person that was doing them at that time. There's so many errors in history from that short time he was doing that job, and it's not an official account. That's just what they do in the beginning. The coroner's got to write off on all the other information. You can't analyze cause of death by looking at a body. You can guess, but until the autopsy is done, you're not going to know.
Yeah, and remember, in like many cases like this one, the coroner writes the death certificate, but it's based off the information they're given by the medical examiner because the coroner is not the one doing the autopsy to begin with.
Exactly, it's different in certain states, but here it's not. It's a political position.
Yeah, well, they are in most states these days. They're elected. Look at the Idaho one. She's a defense attorney, a coroner.
It's not like the days of old where Quincy pulls up in a van and comes in and
I feel like that's
going on.
Ended. I really do. I feel like that's something that should not be an elected position.
I have something important to say.
Oh, who are you?
Just a person that just shows up now and again. But there's 113 people and there's only 65 likes. Could you guys please listen to Allie and ourselves? And could you guys please, if you're going to come in here and watch, do you think you could possibly hit that like button for us to get the algorithm up? I would beg. I'm not really good at begging, but I'm asking nicely.
Right.
Yeah. Lewis, if you could just twerk for us just to get some more likes, that would be great.
Just play the clip of me and Adam.
There's two words together I never thought I'd see Deb say.
What'd she say?
Ray, correct. Okay.
Oh.
I'm playing. I'm just playing. I'll answer for Lewis. Diamond Eye says, Lewis, how soon will we know about the pleas if Chris Watts was a week, I think?
I said I had two things to say.
Oh, you said one.
You guys just zip it for 2 seconds. Zip it for 2 seconds and come back to that, okay? Diamond Eye, so I think it was. Trust and Justice said, Sunny question, did you hear the leaked audio? Now, are you talking about the leaked audio that of the ones that were taken down? Is that what he was referring to? Is that what you're referring to? The ones where a group of people are talking about Crime scene? Is that what you're meaning by that, Trust and Justice? Please like and subscribe. Hold on, let me just check out. Oh, there's 69. You guys know how much I love that number, but could you kind of make it higher? That would be great. Come on. Please, 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 please. Algorithm. My algorithm, honestly, this algorithm sucks. Ever since October, it's ever since the false strike, the algorithm has legitly sucked. And YouTube says, no, everything's fine. And I'm like, dude, seriously. That's like a doctor trying to tell a woman about their body sometimes when you already know about your body because you're the person.
You could have listened to a senator about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And but so when YouTube is like, no, I looked at your account and everything's fine. I'm like, okay, no, I can tell. I had the most arrogant guy that was on helping me this one day on YouTube. Okay, arrogant Armoire, whatever your name was. Anyways, just an arrogant dude. And he was like, look, do you work for YouTube or do we work for YouTube? Don't you think we would know? Yeah, like I said. Let me go back a month to when the algorithm was totally higher and then how it dropped. It literally just dropped. So, yeah. but no word of a lie. So the thumbs up and likes do help. So my thing is this, it takes a lot of time and effort to do videos and to do lives. And, it's not like the most, it's not like we got like a million subscribers and, just money's just rolling in. It ain't like that at all. It's one of those things is that it really does help for the missing and the murdered, regardless and stuff like that. But it really helps us. It's that simple. I'll crap aside. It really helps with the algorithm, and it helps that your videos get seen when someone does a search. So if you guys could just hit that like button.
Right. And sharing the videos sharing the videos does a lot too.
Yeah, sharing the videos, guys.
Yeah,
sharing the videos does a lot.
Text or whatever.
Yeah. Just don't send it to Mob Crew.
Just send it to fake. Just send it to like random numbers.
Rob Cruz, somebody's going to go like, Sonny was hating on you. No,
he's been in our chat before, but
yeah, I honestly, I look at him, and I'm going, dude, you're good looking. I'm not necessarily listening to what he's saying. I'm just going, you're a pretty good looking dude.
I don't think Ray likes him very much.
Yeah,
but,
well, we don't care. But yeah, because again, that whole car thing is not to do with the work that he does. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of if you see something that you believe is absolutely wrong, you just don't. For me, I'm going to point it out because I don't want that wrong information. And then next thing you know, people are all thinking this car matches. But if you do your homework, yourself, which I did, when I saw that, I was like, wait, that vehicle doesn't even look like that other one. So I took it into the program, brightened it up a bit, turned it to the negative and just was like, no, these two vehicles are not the same. So just like he put out a video thinking that there was a possibility that they are, I'm putting out a video saying I don't believe they are at all. Yeah.
I did miss someone asked the question I guess I missed earlier.
Here's truthful Alexa.
Oh,
so wait, did Trust and Justice ever ask me or
what?
Did Trust and Justice? I'm not sure what he means by the leaked audio. If you're referring to that audio that was out there and then was taken down, yes, I heard parts of it, but I know that there's a lot more out there as well that I haven't heard. What is a shaker channel, please?
That was right.
Was that you guys? You guys have a shaker channel? Shake it till you make it. You guys got a little twerky channel? Dude, I could just see you like dressing up as little elves, especially you, Luris.
Shaker is the religion that I can. Okay. I was working down the chat there, and Regis had asked. I missed it. I'm sorry. Had said, "Who told Libby about Anthony's shots?" That would have been a good friend of hers that she went to a sleepover at a residence of that friend's house, and she had been talking to Anthony Schatz on Instagram, and she introduced Libby to Anthony Schatz. And yes, Ray Jones is correct. It also is the girl who allegedly encountered an incident regarding a ski mask 1 week to the day after the girls.
Yeah.
And then where was the Lewis question there?
No, Lewis. Said Lewis. Who's Lewis? I think that's what they said. They said Lewis. Lewis, you would make a great elf. Lewis, you would. You just need an elf hat.
Are we doing a calendar and then we have to all pick a costume?
No, I had suggested the men of YouTube like do a calendar, like making fun of themselves.
That's not
in a
right.
way.
Why are you gonna omit the women from the calendar too? It should be open to everybody.
Oh, because because the men, I think they all got such nice big bellies and pleasant looking. I think they should make fun of themselves. I think we should all make fun of ourselves and do a calendar, and then put the proceeds should all go to help true crime victims.
Wait, I have something important to say
Lewis,
again.
Can I finally read Lewis's thing?
Oh, fine.
Lewis, how soon will we know about if you please, like Chris Watts? That was a week, I think.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get it.
I'm not sure. With the holiday, do you think it's going to be that soon?
I'll be right back.
Okay. I mean, if you, my opinion would be, he's not even gonna consider a plea before. It'll all just depend what evidence the prosecution presents the defense in discovery. I mean, those conversations won't even begin until that.
I don't see anything happening soon because of the holiday anyway.
Yeah.
So
I definitely think we'll have that hearing on the 13th, which I don't think is gonna. I think is gonna be kind of anticlimactic.
Just go through the motions.
The one on the 17th of February is where I believe we're gonna first see little trickles of what the prosecution has.
It
won't be everything.
They'll get some discovery at that because, of course, they've got to. Once again, I think the whole thing for the bond is really just to get discovery. I don't think they're really pushing for a bond to get him out. At this point, I think the safest spot for him is in custody. I also don't think that he's going to take any kind of a deal. I just, from seeing him, it's just a gut call, but I think that he will say, I have nothing to do with this until the day they put him away.
Right. Like I said, I mean, it's my biggest fear just because I don't want that to happen. Although, but I mean, I really honestly think, I think it'll all come down to what the state actually has. And I think that, we're going to see I think after the hearing on the 17th is when we're going to see that roadmap laid out, because then they're going to be hearings scheduled to go over discovery and to go over certain things about that they put out there, because they're going to argue this should be this should be allowed in, this shouldn't be allowed in, and there's going to be a lot of those kind of hearings. But that's when we're going to get a little bit more of a realistic timeline as far as when there may be a trial, etc. So I really think all of that's pretty much just on pause until February 17th, in my opinion.
I agree with you 100%.
And I talked to a lawyer in Indiana about this recently, and they kind of were like, that's pretty much how it would go standardly. But you never know.
Like I've said, I think the defense should. My strategy would be to push for the earliest convenience of a trial and then try to run the clock out if prosecution's not ready to put a case together. He's got nothing else to lose by doing that.
Right.
They either have to drop the charges or they go to court not being prepared. But either way, I think that's a plus for the defense as opposed to the prosecution.
Right. it's just it's just hard to even speculate when we don't know what the state has at this point, and honestly, the defense probably doesn't yet know. So,
No.
I mean,
I think everybody's concentrating on proving murder, and that's not what they're going to do. They're going to try to prove kidnapping, and that's all I think that they need to prove.
But we don't know that either. You're speculating.
No, but just the way they structured those charges, I think that that's the game plan of the prosecution. Is their back pocket is we can prove this, and we don't need to let them know that because discovery is all going to be based on murder, not on kidnapping. And I have a feeling that's their trump card.
To me, I think the kidnapping is just it's an easy absolute because kidnapping is defined as you take one to any second location.
Yeah.
So to me, like it's just an easy charge that they put to get on there because almost like a throwaway charge if they need to, if they need to produce something or but to me it is the murder that they're going after 100%.
Well, see, if they can prove kidnapping, they can prove murder. So all they need to do is prove the kidnapping charge, because if the murders took place because they were kidnapped, they don't have to link him to the actual murder itself. They just need to link him to the kidnapping charge. If they could prove that he's the one on the bridge that said go down the hill and he had a gun, then they've already won. There's nothing else they need. Why make the case any harder when you can prove it and still get them for murder on both? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to make the case any harder. And if you don't push that and you just keep that in your back pocket and you hide the documents in the beginning, keep them from being released, you get everybody all wound up on this, then it comes out there's witnesses to this and that, and there's a bullet that really doesn't matter. All they need to do is prove that he said go down the hill. And at that point, he's being charged with murder.
Right.
Hey, there was an update on it actually today. Did anyone see what it was?
On
what was that?
On Doc's pop.
It was just a
it says case
what was I
alert.
gonna say? What was I just gonna say?
Yeah, you were talking about the murder charge. Slash.
Again, and like said, we have zero information now. I mean, we know this was not a DNA or fingerprint case to begin with, but now that they've recovered items from that home, they could have gotten a positive match of DNA from one of the girls off of the shoes, the jacket, the car, and any one of those pieces would be the nail in his coffin.
That's just all bonus. Anything that they could have got after the search warrant that was processed after the arrest, that's just bonus information for them. And that's what you want to hope for. You want to hope they've got something linking that. When they say DNA, you don't need his DNA. You need DNA from one of the victims on something that was in his house.
Yeah.
And that's your backup. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we know that, as of the time that the affidavit was written, that, that this was not a DNA or fingerprint case, but may have turned into one now that they have done the testing on all of those things. Exactly. Or they're in the process of doing the testing on all of those things.
You guys, what's more important than letting Alexa know that I have a pink straw? Alexa, I got a pink straw just for you. I went and pulled it to the straws and I seen a pink one and I'm like, I'm getting that pink straw for Alexa.
There you go.
Eggnog, okay, people?
Yeah.
Eggnog and spiced rum.
Ray, that could be, that whole thing could have turned out to be nothing, or,
what?
Show me a police report of that incident ever actually happening.
Which one? What, Adam?
The ski mask incident. Because I'm not saying it has anything to do with the murders or anything, but I'm like, at the end of the day, anything.
Right, Alexa.
I know a lot of people have dug really hard for that police report and evidence of it being there, and I've yet to find one person that's been able to find it. I'm not saying she lied or made it up. I'm just saying we don't know what relevance that had if it happened.
Hey CJK, how you doing? And then who else? Heather. Hey Heather. Yeah, exactly. There's no evidence. Correct.
And I'm not accusing that girl of lying because I would never want to put a victim through something that was traumatic.
The thing is, but the thing is, Adam, as I gloss, oh, hey, you guys, while I'm glossing, do you guys think you could hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet? Hit that
I just find the lack of there being anything to back that up interesting.
Well, the only one thing that would actually connect to that is the fact that's right. Let's gloss again. Lewis, come on, chop.
And while Sunny's doing that, yes, she did also then date Keegan Klein's friend, Keegan Klein's roommate's brother-in-law.
But the 2010 ski masks incident that happened were literally right around the Klein home. The Kleins actually lived across the street, but not at the time of the ski mask incident. They actually just moved down the hill. Or sorry, not even down the hill.
You have to say which year you're talking about, Sonny.
Hey?
You have to talk about which ski mask year you're talking about.
Yeah,
2017 ski mask incident and the 2010 one.
So you weren't listening when I said 2010, were you, Mr. Adam?
No, I was. But then you said, but then at the time of the ski mask incident, then you were referring to the 2017 one.
Yeah. So at the time of the ski mask incidents in 2010, they lived in a house right across the street, basically, from where one of the ski masks incidents happened. And this is in Young America. Okay. So in Young America, there's this, can't even think of the names anymore. Someone named Jill and I don't know, some other person, Cheryl somebody or another again. Sorry guys, I haven't talked about it in a while. Forget the last name. I used to always know it because of her last name. But anyways, so those happened in 2010. And the Kleins, although they had lived right across the street from, let's call her Jill, the first person, they moved literally just down the road onto the farmland, within a couple of minutes, and like 2 minutes away. So because of the fact that two ski masks incident happened right exactly where the Kleins were, that leads you to believe, or it's more apt, that their chances are that there very well could have been that ski mask incident. Yeah. Because of that. If there wasn't something like that to tie it in around where the Kleins lived, you'd be like, well, where's the evidence? So that for me tells me that there's a good probability that a ski mask incident did happen. Yeah. If the Kleins are involved in this, and there was two ski masks incidents in 2010 where the same thing happened, literally within a block of each other and a week apart. That's where the connection to me would be. But if there wasn't that, then I'd probably be like,
by all accounts, though, that 2010 schema, like, there's no way that Keegan Klein could have won. He wasn't,
not
the age was at that time, but so it was not him. So then you're basically saying that the ski mask, not you, but then we basically would be saying that ski mask incident, and even in 2017,
was more of a Tony thing.
Klein.
It would be to me more of a Tony thing,
right? So to me, just adds another layer of something that, or it could have been a friend.
Could have been a friend.
I mean, Tony's got that history of going through people's windows.
Yes.
Right.
And he has a good friend. He has a good friend that he would, do some stuff around as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but the cousin was tall and skinny. But it feels like forever since we talked about I was like, oh gosh, I haven't heard. I forgot about these names.
Isn't it funny how? 1 minute we're all about the Kleins, and now it's, of course, everything's about Richard Allen, and it's like the Kleins aren't getting talked about as much,
Right. Doesn't mean they don't deserve to have been talked about all the way that they have, because I always, at the end of the day, to me, even if they don't turn out to be related to the actual murders of this, they're definitely pieces of shit, and we don't yet know that it's not going to tie in somehow, but I'm glad that that those people have been exposed for who they are.
Mm-hmm. I don't. Carol says, any photos of TK minus his foot leg? Nope. Anybody on that? Anybody stalking him lately? Nobody.
Yeah, Carol. But if you can find one, you've got a foot up on us.
Not vice versa. That's funny, Alexa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd give my left leg to see that. No.
Not your right arm? No. Mm-hmm.
No, his right foot.
Yeah, my right foot. I'd give my right foot to see that picture, Carol Cara, especially if you took it and it's in selfie mode.
Carol, do you live in Indiana? If so, chop chop, get us those pictures. If not, well, don't have to chop chop, I suppose.
I just read Grandma Watch's statement wrong. She said, "I understand. I have relatives that hunt," and I read that as, "I understand. I have relatives I hunt."
Oh, it can have a whole different meaning, right? Hey, Libby. Yeah.
Deb, do we know where the autopsies were performed and by who? I've got the name. I know the name and everything. And it was Terre Haute, wasn't it?
I was always told it was Fort Wayne.
It was Fort Wayne. I always confused the two, and I think you always correct me.
Yeah, it's yeah. You always say Terre Haute. I say Fort Wayne.
I
was
think
it was Fort Wayne. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do have the medical examiner's name. I just can't think of it right now.
Yeah, I don't remember it either. When does Keegan go to trial? That's
May.
Pushed off. So who knows? I mean, the thing was,
his will happen now.
Let's just talk about Twinkie Boy for a sec. So so he was had 5 charges dropped off of that, which you knew was going to happen. But then the murder sheets was saying that he was in negotiations again. So firstly, like I said, I mean, to sit there and do a Wabash search and then next thing you know, Richard Allen gets arrested. I mean, how many times can the stars, align and it's not just coincidence that there's something to it? Do you believe, Lewis and Adam, that the Wabash search absolutely probably had something to do with Richard Allen's arrest, or information? I don't know. Because I don't think it's just hapstance that, this guy went looking through files and oops, there we go. He probably went back looking through the files because he probably had information to make him have to go look back to the files. I would think, to be honest, from information that came out of Keggie's mouth.
Well, that was a very, very large, expensive search, so there had to be some justification. I could almost justify more the charges against Klein if it is this largest ring ever in the state of Indiana. That would justify that type of thing because that would probably stem out into international type stuff. But it's hard to not think it could be linked to the Delphi case too, because the timing here.
I will stand behind the fact that search cost lots and lots and lots of money.
Yes.
They were very secure in the fact that that there was something there to be found, and Doug Carter was in that helicopter, and that search ended directly after Doug Carter went to retrieve the item that they found in that river.
Yeah.
And it was said that it was in relation to Delphi.
I mean, we even had the article where it said
we'll find out more about it.
A police source said that the Delphi and the Wabash search were, and like I said, we know there's like leaks everywhere.
And if that was just related to Keegan Klein, they had enough digital information and things to convict him of his pedo crimes. They would not have spent that amount of money and that time, and think of all the people they paid for to do those searches for a pedo case.
Now, see,
especially when they already had all the evidence they needed for the pedo case.
Yeah, if it was just related to him, it wouldn't be the small perspective of his trial. If it was related just to him and his charges, I think it would be on a larger part of the crime, encompassing more people. Like they've been arresting people almost weekly for that type of charge in this area.
Right.
But it's hard to not deny the timing with Delphi fits. But let's say for some reason it's not connected to Delphi at all.
It is.
I know, but let's say for it's not. I'm not saying it's not because I think it's too coincidental. But let's say for the people that don't believe it is, it could have been connected to the larger case of child exploitation, not specifically for Klein. If they did that type of a search, it would not be charges against him. It would be information received from him. But
that's just hard on my ears.
Yeah, the timing just doesn't fit. The timing ties into Delphi so well.
Right. Yes.
And
Thank you.
Even if yeah, I mean, because if you look at the timing of when they ended that search, and then you look at the amount of time that passed that they interviewed Richard Allen again, which was what, the 16th of October.
I mean, this could be something as simple as there was because I brought this up months ago. There are devices that actually are untraceable, similar like phones and tablets that are out there that were specifically designed for criminals. And the last batch that were made were actually a sting operation by the government. But
Right.
Let's say they were looking for that type of a device, and that finally gave them the link between Klein's stuff and Richard Allen.
Right.
And if that tied those two together, because he doesn't really use social media, then they would have gone back and looked up the name. Oh, wow, we did look at this. It's in the computer, the file somewhere, pulled it up, and then that's how they put that together. And, it's really easy to keep that line separate between where they found the information and why they pulled his file, because they would want to keep that out of the case. But that's what I think. I think a device was found that linked the accounts to Allen.
Same, or whether it linked or whether it was, exactly.
Yeah. Someone might not have given Richard Allen's name, but they may have been able to forensically recover. It was a phone, but they have been able to forensically recover enough data from the phone. So even if someone didn't give his name, the name might have been on the phone.
Correct.
We don't know that
or an email, something that tracked back to
his
him.
name's in the phone.
Yeah.
And that, was then seen directly from Tony Liggett and or, like the very top of the investigative team. And that's why they're like, oh, because, we've been told that, it was Tony Liggett himself and Toe Busby that circled back to the Richard Allen thing.
Yeah.
And, it wasn't, there was not a person that gave that name out there in 2022.
Yeah.
But they may have found it on that phone. And then that's why they then said, we're the ones that circled back around to this, because they were the ones that had the information on what was found on that device. Yeah. And then that's also why they would move Kagan's trial to later. So gives them more time to work that all out.
So where do you guys think
pieces just fall together? They need to deny anything or not bring it out because of the connections, but the timing and the pieces just fit too well. You don't just mysteriously come up with that after that type of a search and that kind of money spent.
Yeah. And it ending is literally the day that Doug Carter shows up in a helicopter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Retrieves a box and leaves. And then that's sent to Virginia.
Lewis, I'm starting to feel like you probably did yesterday, where you two were talking and I'm trying to get a word in, and I'm going to get one in right now.
You go. You talk.
I'm sneaking in here, people. Regis, the name Richard was put on Wiki, but not Richard Allen. So if that was referring to Richard Allen and somebody knew back then that it was that Richard Allen, that's why hence the name was put on there. That's possible. But we don't know what Richard it was referring to, but one can maybe surmise perhaps that somebody knew and somebody changed it to Richard because maybe one of that group of people that saw the witness, knew the name Richard Allen and put the name Richard to that. Who knows? That could be a very possibility right there. If it's referring to Richard Allen. My thing, Lewis, was, actually, hold on. We'd like to take this moment to have an intermission. Thank you. Could you guys please hit the thumbs up? Can we at least hit 100 There's 121 people in here, and I see 83 likes. Could we at least hit 100, guys? That would be great. Now, what I was going to ask, and thank you guys so much for who's ever in chat today and that watching and that. There's always the loyal regulars and stuff, and I just want to say we do appreciate you very much. You know, like I said, it always feels like a family to me that comes in and you just, shoot the talk together, and and good questions that are in the chat, and or good things to talk about. But where do you think, though? Okay, so let's talk about two people, Kagan Klein and Richard Allen. So where do you think that it would fall into this? If you thought that there's a snuff film out there that was meant to maybe perhaps be sold for money, who knows? Where do you think that Kagan Klein played his role in this? Do you think he actually knew that the girls, were going to be, murdered that day? Or do you just think that he was giving information to, that say Richard Allen was just going to really meet up with them or whatever? Where do you yourself feel like that these two people connected, and if there was an intent of a snuff film based around the cameras that I personally feel like are at the crime scene, / on the person? You thinking about it?
Oh, you're asking me? I thought you were asking chat.
No, chat can put whatever they want to in chat.
I think, I think the connection would have to be a divided connection without personally knowing each other. Everything had to be online, because I don't think Klein would have lasted in jail as long as he did without rolling on him if anything was in there that he could turn over. But if you had a phone and that phone was purchased as a real burner phone with no person linked to it, and that phone was found in the water, and the ID number on it traced it back to the store where it was sold, and then you could match it up with the person that purchased it by name on a credit card, that could be a possibility. That's one thing that would tie them together, but would mean they didn't really know each other, and everything was done that way. Or if Klein did know who he was, maybe that this was being done for people that are way more dangerous, that would scare him more than the police. And his thought is, I'm in jail, I'm safe. I'm not going to give up any names.
Thank you, Heather, very much. Because of the fact, I believe that there's a videotape. It's the reason why the police were looking for video and camera and stuff like that. So again, trust me, I wish I could stalk Richard Allen's online presence, and just find something, but there just really isn't, unless he was underneath of somehow a different username, and eluded, or if he just literally doesn't have a huge social media presence and met through whatever else, like a board, or like you said before. It's like, unless the name Craig Renfrew ties back to him, Renfro ties back to him, and that is a person that has people on his list, on his friends list, that has other murderers, like what's her name? Come on, Talitha Beckley, and stuff like that. And it really just, that Craig Renfro's name, that one always just keeps perking to my ear there, going, what's the chances that this name just happens to be an alias, and then all these people that are undesirables are on his list, including going back to the John Galitko person, that's not a good person at all. I know. Tell us about it.
But my 15-minute experience with him.
Yeah. These people, like I said, when you
he made Robert Lindsay look like a priest.
I know, so yes, Robert Lindsay, trust me, there's a lot
with Glicko.
Yes, I know, think Robert Lindsay's bad. Like I said, all you need to do is go to Tony Klein and that John Galicto's Facebooks, and you see all of that. No offense, but you see all the skank that's on there, that's, with all these little pictures, barely got any clothing on and stuff like that. You know, it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. It's just filled with those type of females. Let me put it this way. It's filled with those type of females, whether those pictures are legit or not, is another story. You know, because we all know that people use whatever pictures they want, whether, you know, grab them off some model that's on the thing. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Rose. Thanks, guys. Let's see here.
Do you want my speculation on that?
Sure. I don't. Go ahead.
Sure.
No.
No, I mean, I agree. I think that the most likely scenario of I think that it's very likely that Kagan Klein, we know that he would reach out to underage girls that had profiles that were underage within a 25 to 50 mile radius of where he lived. And a lot of times what happens in catfishing is you end up accidentally catfishing another catfisher. And because, you know, these guys, they would set up these profiles of being younger girls as well to get other girls to share stuff with them, because you just think you're talking to a friend. And I think it's very likely that the two, if there's a connection, could have met by accidentally catfishing each other. They may have each thought they were talking to a young female, and that could have been the beginning of how that relationship started, or they met at church. Those are my two thoughts.
Defo church. Defo. Deb, same church? Yeah. If you can just, yeah.
So, yeah.
You know, this question here, what makes Ali so sure it was on video? They have seen it in my information. Well, I don't know that they've seen it. What I believe that they saw was devices that were at the crime scene that would show that this was something that was recorded and pictures taken just by what was at the crime scene, which to me, my valued opinion to myself, would be like the camera that I've showed you. You know, take it for what it's worth. Again, I spent a lot of time trying to unearth things that were at that crime scene. Honestly, it's frustrating, but you only have whatever to work with. It's not like they're actual footages from, or pictures from, or video from, you know, obviously the LE. So my thing is this, it's like I said, so I believe that the crime scene, in a sense, even if it was a misdirect, it still tells a story. And for me to see that there's videos there, it just goes, you know, like there's bladed knives there, bladed objects, sharp, whatever objects, whatever you want to call them. To me, there's the video there. And that just goes along with when the LE was looking for someone that had a knife set or a collection / like video, anyone that purchased video or camera equipment or whatever. So that just goes along with it, to be honest. It's not because I somehow put in the camera at the crime scene or whatever. It's just what the pictures are unearthing as I keep trying to figure out what's at the crime scene. So to me, when I see cameras, you know, again, it just goes with exactly what they were trying to look for in the first place. You know, who knows how far and wide the video went, if it literally was just became you know, like who knows if it just simply became a memento, or if it was why the Kleins went to Vegas. You know, I mean, there's always that mystery over there too, why that, you know, that they headed off to Vegas because well,
what if someone hypothetically had to Google the Marathon gas station address in Delphi because they weren't familiar with Delphi, and that was the meeting point where they handed off one thing to another.
Exchange the device to use in order to record it.
Purely speculative. I mean, I mean to hand off the footage that might have already been taken.
Yeah. Or here's another speculative. Let's say he Googled the station and he went there and he meets the person he's been talking to online, and he sold him on this story about, look, I can get money if you can get a video showing this, not thinking that this person might actually go through with it. So he meets,
you
know,
or what if they just
Alan at the gas station
wanted to exchange it for the pleasure of watching it?
Well, no,
if it wasn't for money.
think of it this way, though. He tells him, let's meet. So then they meet. This is before it happens because the search was earlier in the day, not later. Right. And he meets him. He gives him the device to record with. Richard Allen goes on his way, goes to the bridge. Everything is all set up. He does it. He films it. He's done. And then he gives it to Klein. They meet. And now Klein watches it. He's like, what the hell am I going to do? I don't have money to give this guy. He ditches the thing in the water and goes on with his life.
Right.
And then Richard Allen realizes he's not getting any money. And now it's like, I better just go back to my sedate life and not do anything.
I don't think money was. I personally don't think that money was a motivator in this killing. I think that if anything, it was just the shared. I think that it was originally a shared sadistic pleasure in young girls, and I think that
Ooh, it's hard though with that, Adam, because of the fact that he had 2 mortgages taken out and stuff, and his life obviously wasn't. I mean, he basically made it clear in his thing that he didn't have a lot of money, and his wife and that.
But where's the influx of money though? Where's that influx of money?
Well, again, what we know and what we don't know are 2 different things.
Klein is a BS artist, and he offered money that he didn't have, and then when he realized the guy actually went through with it, he tried to sell it to his photographer buddy in Vegas, and that didn't work out. So he ditched the thing in the water when he got back. And then he just severs all ties with Richard Allen. Richard Allen severs ties with him, realizes, I did this. I'm not getting any money. I better just not even get a speeding ticket because I don't want the police ever looking at me.
And if I'm just hypothetically saying, if you have a few people, one of them may have had a very sick interest in
I agree 100%.
Yeah. But, he may not have even been aware of the fact that the other individual that was actually going to be there that day had much darker sadistic plans.
I agree with you 100%.
That could have been the point where he then was like, whoa, this, and then they took off to Vegas, and then he started to get nervous. How can I be tied into this? I was talking to her,
Exactly, yeah. That's the way I see it playing out, because Klein is a BS artist, and he's trying to get over. He's always trying to get money. I could see him always pretending he's got money. He makes the offer to this guy, do the videos, not realizing he's going to do what he did. And then it's like, what am I in the middle of? And
I don't personally think speculatively that Kagan Klein's, I don't know what the word is, fantasy or sickness or fetish involved the humiliation, harming of children, because if you look at the evidence they have from his experience in being a pedo, there's no indication of any of that having anything to do with torture, at things that would be considered sadistic.
Correct.
So I think that's the point. He may have realized this is way beyond what I'm interested in.
Well,
but now I'm tied into it. And so let me Google this, let me Google that, let me listen to the audio. And then, what if I need to get rid of this phone?
Well, I still think that sometimes, I want to say this, I still think that sometimes people are forgetting that the BG clearly has on a headset. No, right? Besides the recording device. And you guys can right here see the headset. Let me put it this way. You can clearly make out here that there's a headset. I've showed you guys the actual headset on the other side of his head. But so
can I interrupt you really quick, Sonny?
Sure.
I personally think that just from reading everything that I've read about Keegan Klein now, I think one of Keegan Klein's things that he was interested in is not even necessarily himself partaking in an act with young child or girl, but he seemed to have a very innate fascination with watching older men commit sex on children. There's plenty of evidence in his communication with people, in the videos that he did have, it wasn't him trying to do things. It was always older men in them. And then, if you listen to the chirps that we've read and things that we've done like that, part of Kagan's thing is like almost like having this like, older man thing doing bad things to girls. And that could have been his interest in giving Richard Allen the information of why here they'll be at the bridge. Because here you have a 50-year-old man that's willing to go perform maybe all Keegan knew was that there was going to be SA acts performed on the girls.
Or Richard Allen was the other person using the account, and that's when you had those communications. But yeah, around the same idea.
Well, right. Richard Allen would have to be in his house.
No,
yeah, so
oh no, you said no, that he wouldn't. That they could make it seem like it.
Oh yeah. That's why it would seem that way. There's, like I told you, that dongle that was sitting in there, and a repeater. There's so many different ways to make that happen. And if this was something that was planned out the way it is, one person's gone this long without being questioned a second time, and he's never left a profile online at all. Maybe he's much smarter than people think. The way he's been acting in jail, this playing naive and innocent role, and the way he wrote that letter, you could actually see he knows proper sentence structure, and it looks like he purposely writes like he doesn't.
I want to say this. Just by the stuff that I can tell is at the crime scene, or like meaning what's on him, seeing that there's this device on his head, and to me, which is besides this that's on his head, which to me is the camera, which I've seen. I mean, but this picture wasn't meant for that, but you can still see like it has like a swivel arm thing to it, but. The electronics, whatever you want to call it, that are on the BG, plus the stuff behind his back. Again, this is a very thought out, planned event. And by no means, if Richard Allen is deemed as the person on the bridge, by no means is this man a stupid man. He definitely is a lot smarter to me, what he seems, just by the fact of the technology that's on him and the things that were obviously purchased or made, whichever, because it's like having these props. Besides props, I mean, what I'm saying is like props that I consider to be more like fixtures as well, fixtures that look a certain way that are meant to do a certain purpose. Like this is just a very well thought out event that day. I'll call it an event. I really hate to think of those girls or what happened that day. But yeah, like this isn't just like a random, I got a gun, let's let me go take out a couple girls. This is legitly a planned event. That was
another thing to consider with him, Sonny, is for the people that say maybe money didn't change hands. The vehicles that they had back in 16 and 17 were not the same caliber of the vehicles that they have now. They took pretty expensive trips after 2018, which they don't really have a history of taking trips before 16. And if you were to take out a mortgage on your house, that would be a smart way of laundering money that you illegally got, because now you could say it's the money I borrowed against my house, but yet keep paying the house back because they don't look at the payments to repay. You just can prove that you had the funds from the money you withdrew on the mortgages. So it's a very smart way to launder money if you actually illegally gained money from a certain way and you've never shown expensive vehicles before, is to do all these purchases with loans and then pay them off after 12 months. And slowly paying a mortgage at a low rate, but use the cash that you pulled out of it as proof that you've got the money in the bank. So there's ways that somebody that's more intelligent can make it seem like they're not, and his spending trails just don't match what he did before 16.
Adam's trying to tell us to make a note of what he said. Make a mental note, people.
Keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Lewis, for that. Ozzy, sorry, I don't Ozzy says, can someone check out something? There was a church youth singing trip out of town, and a girl was killed. The suspect was in a singing group, but never caught. This was 25 to 35 years ago. Any info? I have no clue about this at all whatsoever. Yeah, and to be honest with you, yeah, I probably, let me put it this way, Ozzy. For me personally, for me to multitask different things, it's just something that is very time consuming to do. I don't know anything about that case or whatever. I don't mind taking a look at it, but do I physically have time or even mentally have time to try to figure out another case, really? No. To be honest with you, they're just, it's just too much. It's too much. Like there's people that say, can you look at this? Can you look at that? I know my limitations myself for how much intake of Delphi and even Idaho going on right now. Is if there's an article or what the story is about, I have no problem reading it. Deb said, was it in Delphi? I guess, I don't know. Was it in Delphi? Oh, I see. I was thinking it might be connected to Delphi, since already a bad thing. I personally won't believe, don't think so myself. I think, I don't know if Delphi is a standalone thing. I guess time will tell, because it is hard to fathom that if Richard Allen is guilty of murdering these two girls, that someone at 45 just, I mean, they could have just decided to finally live out their fantasy, like Alexa thinks.
Or there could be other victims that they're looking into tying him to.
Right,
Jordan Tupper. I'm just going to say it. I mean, and the case in Illinois.
Say that again.
You can also, the case in Illinois, you can look at it as being both ways too, because they said tentacles. Tentacles could mean layers. Maybe the multiple people involved, one group of people involved, it's a first time thing, like Klein got in over his head, or Richard Allen was a beast that was unlocked because of the communication, or maybe one of the groups that are possibly involved have committed crimes in the past, but they're not linked in yet because we don't know who they are.
Right.
We just didn't even remember that Richard Allen was he had ample opportunity for years to, almost in a BTK way, live a secret life.
Yeah.
With no one around him, with no, his family was not around him. He was outside of his normal environment, and no one can truly say what he was doing during those times, other than the fact that he might have been a good manager at Walmart. We've had many other killers in the past that have led incredibly normal lives, and no one knew that they were doing the things they were doing. And this man was given weeks and weeks of time at once that no one knew his whereabouts because he was off working alone.
Yeah.
My thing is this, though. You go back to exactly what we've been reading. This person is literally saying, hey, I was there. They literally are going by people in broad daylight, with people seeing him. So to me, this wasn't it's almost like it was just a blatant walk by everyone. I got a mission to accomplish. I need to be there at a certain time. People seen me with bloody, muddy clothes on. People seen me walking there. People could identify me. Hey, dude, I was probably wearing those clothes. Oh, hey, I probably had on a hat too. I was there.
And that would lead me to think that this was not the first time, because I mean, that's someone going to live to act out a fantasy like that they'd had for 45 years. That brazenness isn't something that they would have exhibited on that first time that they acted out on the fantasy.
Yeah.
Those are the things that people do towards the sloppiness of their
Unless he's a sociopath who has played this out in his head for 10 or 15 years and he's put every possible scenario into place, and he's ruled out everything that could go wrong in his head. Yeah, people like that do trip up, but if this has been your fantasy to do this for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
But he could have still accomplished what he did and avoided all of the other things that he did wrong. And if you're going to put that much time and effort into something, I mean, I feel like you would take every single step you could to make sure you weren't seen, that you weren't connected to that area. And he was kind of at the point of brazenness that he was like, yeah, I was there. I wore those clothes. I did this. I did that. And those are the kinds of things, and I'm sure Alexa can allude to this, that those are the types of behavior that you start to see from killers once they're very comfortable in the fact they've done things in the past and they can get away with it.
Alexa just said, I don't believe he's a serial killer.
No, and I'm not saying he's a serial killer. I'm just saying, he potentially could.
Now, Garrett Kurtz on the other hand, different story. Huh? I still personally think that, I don't know. I think that it was, I'm thinking it's one of those things that he did plan it for a long time. Maybe he read true crime books all the time, kind of like Barry Morphew, listen to podcasts, and carried out what he had in his head for a long time. Because to me, this was planned, like the whole setup and everything of it, exactly what was going to happen, what he was going to do, or whoever else was involved. And and Lewis, I agree. The tentacles could mean layers, not necessarily people.
Yeah, of course.
They're connected, but in different ways. And
or the tentacles could even be layers of motive or intention.
Exactly. Each party having a different motive.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind of what I was saying as far as Keegan Kline's motive might not have been to kill people.
Right.
It might have been to, just some one thing, and then you add another layer by someone else that he may or may not have been aware of even, that was going to take it to this level.
Yeah. I mean, I could see Kline being the person that wanted to push this on somebody else once he found a connection with somebody, thinking that nobody in their right mind's ever going to do this, but I found somebody interested in what I'm interested in. And then the next thing you know, it comes to fruition. And it's like, okay, what did I just do? He likes to shoot his mouth off. He likes to pretend he's something he's not. He's in a fantasy land in his head. And that fantasy land winds up being something that someone else is willing to actually do. And that might have just been the last step for Kline, and he shut his mouth. But I find it hard to believe he stayed quiet all those years in jail because of that, though, which makes me think there had to be somebody else connected higher up that he is scared to death of.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very possible. Absolutely.
Right.
To be honest with you.
If all this equipment was involved, it's not cheap. So if there is a money person, a backer that they contacted on one of these apps that's out of the country and supplied them with what was needed, I could see Kline being afraid, because there are people that have the power to say, you know what, you're in jail, but I can get to you. And then somebody slips him a note saying, yeah, this guy said to say hi. And now Kline shuts his mouth up and doesn't say a word. All he cares about now is getting interviews and money from people on the outside for other stuff. And he'll lie through his teeth.
Right.
I've
gotten very I'm sorry, Sonny. Go ahead.
No, I just think of Kline as a liar, just a manipulator, liar, do whatever.
I just look at people's behavior a lot, and like I said, nothing that I've ever seen with Keegan Allen. I mean, he's a sicko, of course, but he has exhibited no evidence to me of finding pleasure in his dominance over young girls. Yeah. It's always more. I mean, because he's very childlike in a lot of ways. Like, I feel like he almost has that attraction because I feel like he senses himself more on their level, and that's why he doesn't see it as wrong. Whereas I think the sadistic nature could be from the Richard Allen aspect. And I'm personally very confident at this point that yes, you could call this a ring or a Peter ring or something like that. I don't feel like there's structure or organization to this. I believe that this is something that might have been conducted by one sick killer that used all of the filming equipment and all of those things. I don't feel like there's a backer. I don't feel like there's some higher. I don't feel like this is a higher level thing that someone was pulling the purse strings from. I really don't. At this point,
I agree with you 100%, except for the fact that Klein kept his mouth shut all this time, and I just don't understand how he would be scared enough in prison to not say anything unless there was something over his head.
Right, there's got to be something over his head.
Or is it because he's a coward and he really didn't know about that the murders were going to happen until after they happened, and so he is, so he is able to, because we know he's able to compartmentalize, and we know he's able to say, I didn't have anything to do with that, I didn't have anything to do with that, and he has been able to disassociate himself with that part of the crime to the point where he doesn't, and he's also then seen this guy's walked around free for 5.5 years. So, the police themselves said they don't think he killed them. So, but they think he knows who did. But he also knows the police had that at that point probably had no idea who it was. So, he's also
which gives him every reason in the world to make a plea bargain and say, look, I had no idea this was going to happen. I told the guy to do this. He went there. He's the one that did it. I'll give you everything I can if you cut me a deal. And that never happened in the beginning. He's the one that was not willing to negotiate. And I think that's because he didn't have the ability to, or he was scared to.
I don't feel like, one, I don't think he understood the severity of what he was facing. And then two, I think as the public attention got closer, and I think one, he wanted to play his card and see, what do they really know? And two, then I think the closer and closer the talk got to his dad, I feel like he never gave up the name. I feel like he may have just been like, okay, well, here's something that, maybe you'll find something. And then that's how they found his name. So he's still been able to disassociate himself with all that. And the plea, and, whatever information he's given them, I mean, it's not going to get him off.
I always wonder if it's more connected to the roommate in Vegas, and he's the one that gave it up after that gun charge to get off.
Well, I mean, there's been some updates with that as well. Yeah. I know that Indiana. I had gone down that path a little bit.
Yeah.
I can say I know that. I know that the FBI and ISP, even after that court date and all of that happened, have still not interviewed him again or talked to him. So I don't. So I mean, because I really was kind of thinking the same thing. I'm like, what if there's something there because of the timing?
Yeah, the timing is the only thing that sticks in my head.
But there has been absolute, no one from ISP has gone to Vegas. No one has interviewed him from the FBI about it again.
Yeah, but is that because it's coming from his mouth?
No.
Or do you know from certainty?
But I know from, one, I know from what's in some of the court public information, and two, from someone I talked to in Nevada that would have had to have been a part of it, if that would have had to have been a party of that if it were to have taken place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I guess with it, like everything, I just take it all with a grain of salt. I don't believe con people, first and foremost. He hasn't exactly lived a stellar life either. So I just take everything with a grain of salt. Whether it comes to fruition or not is another thing. But
of course,
I probably think about him the least, in a sense. Like, he doesn't really hit my radar too much.
Right. And it's also important to remember also that, if, he, his children, are with, their grandmother right now, but there's been no movement from the state to take custody from him.
Mhm.
And if there was this kind of level of connection in this, that would have been one of the first things they would do, because the state would have been crucified if they allowed him to remain the custodial guardian of minor children, if he had it ties into this to that level.
Unless the connection was just Klein going out there trying to sell something to him and him telling him to get the hell out.
But that's not. But
Yeah.
If he had knowledge of something that he knew existed on tape or something, and he was like, "What are you, a freak? I threw you out last time you were here. Why are you at my doorstep again?"
right.
And
But
then he gets a gun charge, and he's like, "Well, I need to get out from this gun charge. So you know what? I'm going to let them know, that client that you got locked up, he told me he had some videos when he came out here after the murders. I don't know what he did with them, but he told me he had stuff on video. You need to talk to him again." And then they put the pressure on him. And that's when Klein says, "Well, yeah, I had the videos, but he wouldn't even look at them. So I threw them in the water, and here's where they are. They're on this phone that's in there." So, I mean, it could be a simple thing as that. And the reason that Klein finally rolled on what he threw out is because that came down hard on him.
I mean,
So
that could be.
Just the simple knowledge, though, of allowing a person that you were aware is interested and did those things to live in a home with those children would have been the bare minimum they would have needed to take those children out of that house. And there was never an attempt to do that.
Yeah, I can see them not going after the kids because he turned evidence over and got them to drop charges. That would have been part of the condition of his telling him what he knew.
But those are two separate things. I mean, because look at every advocacy group in the world would crucify them for letting those kids stay in that household if he had knowledge and he did nothing about it.
Not if he was smart structuring a deal on his other charges for what he gave over as evidence. If the kids are his main priority and he says, "Look, I've got information that'll help you, but these gun charges have to go away, and you're not touching my kids because I did what I could to get out here and turn myself around," and they put that in there, and that was part of the deal that he made, they wouldn't have even looked at the kids. All he would have to do is prove that he's not a danger to them and he was against what they were trying to get him to do. Yeah.
But having knowledge and allowing someone to live with your children that is a pedo
you keep saying pedo, and that's not what it is because the age doesn't match with that. The ages on here have nothing to do with pedo. So that's another one that's wrong, and his kid's age range wouldn't fall into that. And if he had no knowledge of it beforehand and he told them to go screw themselves, if he had no knowledge of what Klein was doing beforehand, if Klein did anything, and Klein shows up at his front door and says, "Look, here's what I've got," and he throws him out on his ass, that doesn't connect to have anything to do with that. Well, you don't know it.
Yeah. Well, no, he moved out. They drove out there together, and they lived together for a year and a half.
I'm talking about after that.
Children.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, I think you. I think Adam, you're trying to not argue. I'm just gonna say argue, but you're trying to argue a different point than what Lewis is making. I think. Is what it seems like.
I was saying,
I'm hearing.
But Kagan never came back to Vegas after he went home for his mom's wedding in the summer of 2018 and never came back.
We don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he left him with. We do because he lived with his mom and then he stayed in that. He stayed in the. He worked on the farm, and that's when he owed someone money and never went back to pay it.
So just to make because a lot of people are probably confused though. So Adam, remind people how it went. So Kagan and Dirk moved out to Vegas in 2017. Was it 17? Okay.
Yeah, less like a month, like less than a month. It was in the
spring, right? So it was in the spring of 2000. Yeah, it was 2017. Now Kagan did return back home, and Dirk made a comment that Kagan always had like a padlock on his door.
The kids came in July of 2017.
Okay. And then Kagan moved back out of there, and that's where Dirk says that it basically left him high and dry with the bills and whatever. in 2018, about August, I believe it was,
Right.
that he moved back.
Yeah.
And then obviously they went back. As far as we know, Tony and that in 2017 had gone to Vegas in
Right.
February, I believe. Was it
February, the anniversary.
Yeah.
February 13th.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
And
so Tony got there on like the 14th or 15th of 2018, right?
Yeah, the 1 year anniversary, the day after.
Yeah.
Right.
Dirk's mom was there on the 13th. Tony didn't come didn't get there till the day after they left.
Mhm.
She was there all of her grandkids' birthdays are in February, as well as Dirk's. And so she came out to celebrate their birthdays.
Okay, so now, going back to what you guys were actually talking about, is that Lewis? So you were basically saying, well, that he possibly did have knowledge of some sort of knowledge of what Kagan was up to a little bit, perhaps. Is that what you're saying?
It's possible that he said something to him, or he let it slip at some point or another. It doesn't have to be right after it happened that he tells them. It's just that little piece of information that's in the back of his head. He might not even know what it was, and just gets in trouble and decides to contact the police or the FBI and say, you know what, that guy lived with me. There were some odd things going on. I remember when they mentioned this, and that's something you need to look into.
And that to me is very plausible. That to me is very plausible that he was like, hey, you know what, in order to help me here, I'm going to give you some information that might not help you, might help you, but here's something. And maybe they did go to Kagan Klein saying, hey, look, we have your friend here saying that, like maybe it did put a squeeze on him. Who knows? Yeah. Or maybe
at that point they can lie. They might have not really got much from him other than, you know what, he always acted funny and he had this device in his room all the time. They talked about this, and he
right, which he did tell authorities.
They go to Klein and they represent it differently and say, we went out there and he told us what you did. He knows what you did, and pushed him hard enough to get him to say, well, you know what, yeah, but it wasn't mine. It was given to me, and I threw it in the water, and this is about where it is. It's somewhere off the bridge.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not sticking out for Dirk or anything. I'm just saying that I know the timeline of what. Yeah. Proof, and I've been shown like aspects of proof of some of it. As far as, I know that we know in the interview with Kagan Klein that the public one has been that we know when that is of August of 2021, right?
For what?
August 2020.
Was it August?
And then,
I don't remember.
Yeah, after the arrest, because soon after he came home in 2018, and he lived with his mom because he and his dad were not getting along, and then he was working at the thing, and then he met Allie, and that's when so then he started dating Allie. They moved in together, and I know that he was arrested when he lived in that apartment with Allie, and they took the PlayStation, which I'd still like to know what's on that PlayStation. And they took the other devices.
There's a desktop computer they took too.
Yeah, and then it was I think it was September of 2021. ISP went to Vegas to interview friend one, and he voluntarily gave up his devices. They took all of the information off of them. He gave DNA. He gave his statement to the police. He then was asked to sit down with a stack of photos. And he was asked to go through them to see if his children were on any of those pictures. Luckily, they weren't. And then that was the last interaction he had with with ISP or the FBI regarding this. And I would like then from his word, ask a few times how, because I was very curious as to how he wouldn't be called as a witness in the when the trial came, and then the gun charge thing happened. So I mean, I feel like he because of him giving up everything voluntarily and them doing a forensic data thing, and him telling them he was creepy and that he didn't like him and got good weird vibes from him, and that his dad was bankrolling him and everything. I mean, I don't think that Kagan went back out to Vegas and gave him information.
Oh, I don't know. Lewis, did you even say that? Is that what you
Not
said?
going back. I mean,
Yeah.
I would think in the beginning he would have had it. Not that he went back after all the other stuff. But I guess what we might need to look at, because I don't know the dates. When is the date that he was interviewed for those gun charges? Do you know?
Interviewed for or
the first time they spoke with him before he was taken in. I'm just curious when the date falls into place as opposed to the start of the search.
Well, the original charge happened in like January of 2020.
No, I'm talking about when they contacted him right around the time of the search. Was he brought in before or after the search started? Do you remember?
Oh, before. He was arrested on an unrelated charge,
right,
on July 1st of 2022 because he threatened someone. He was in an argument with someone. He threatened someone with a gun, and because he'd been on probation from because of the gun thing, it was a drug probation violation.
Right, because it's very odd that they wouldn't have gone. It's very odd they wouldn't have gone after his kids after a drug violation that brought up gun charges again. So that might have been some. Yeah,
the gun charge was from 2020, and then the drug thing was what violated the probation, so we had to go back in.
One sec, guys. One sec. Good night, Rose, and feel better. She said she tested positive for the C word, so I just want to say feel better. And hugs and kisses, and have a good night and feel better soon. Okay, go ahead. Right. And
so even at that point, I mean, at that point, law enforcement, I feel like they had zero. They felt they had zero suspicion of him having anything to do with that aspect of Kevin Klein.
I don't think that they would have thought he was involved. I'm thinking in order to get out from under the fact that he broke probation on a gun charge by committing another charge, and then
it was just a drug
not
charge.
have any real repercussions from that. It's a good bargaining tool if you've got a piece of information that might come to fruition. And
right. So the only reason I was saying that before is because if they had no suspicion of him knowing anything about Kegan doing that or having involvement with that, that's when I was saying they would not have let those kids stay in that house for that whole time in between 2018 and 20 and this happening. But if you got arrested for a gun charge and then a year later you got you broke your probation with a drug charge, you technically would not have to serve. That probably would not be a huge you were going to prison for a long time.
Don't ask Ron Logan that question.
Well, just because it passed, so just because it passed things in this,
Yeah. I mean, you've got someone with a bad history and then gun charges, and then he breaks probation with drug charges. They're not going to look kindly at having young kids in the house for somebody that's committed those crimes and then broke probation with drug crimes. They would actually be very concerned with kids in the house with somebody that's been arrested for dealing drugs and has had previous gun charges and assault charges. So I think they would have come after a single dad pretty heavy for that. And that's why I've always questioned if he didn't give some info, because the search takes place after, and it's like everything seemed to just disappear from him. He didn't seem to get the effect of those charges coming back into play like you would expect. Well, now, if he was a first-time offender and he broke probation once, but he doesn't have a very good track record or history before that.
He didn't have any other major charges before that. I mean, there were some small minor things, but I mean, you're going to think what you think. So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just
throwing speculation, and just, you know, I just think the timing is weird. That comes up with him, and then the search takes place later. And up until then, Keegan's never said a word about anything. I almost think that he had to be strong-armed into saying stuff, and that's the only link I could see time-wise.
That's what kind of led me to look into some of this stuff to really verify what I'd been told and what I knew and what I could find out. And well, I mean, we'll very clearly find that answer out, because
I hope we do. But it sticks in the back of my head, and that's why you looked into it too, because the timing just doesn't fall right, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's just one of those things that makes you say, "Why did this happen?"
I have a little bit of a better understanding as to, you know, my thing, just as much of the timing being suspicious, was how do you go from potentially going to be serving a long amount of time to an ankle bracelet?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I've been able to find a more clear understanding of how that happened since then, because a lot of it has to do with the veterans program that he was enrolled in, and the fact that, you know, yes, he did have this probation violation, but he did have an exemplary record throughout every other part of his probation, every other part of his
time on probation.
Yeah, and just from when and the fact that, you know, everything, he's always been so compliant in everything they have ever asked him about with anything. But you know what? If he gave information, then he is not. There's no way in the world that he would not end up on that witness list. So we'll find that out pretty easily.
Well, it depends on the type of deal he cut. I mean, he doesn't have to be on a witness list if all he did was give them a tip, and they used that tip in order to get information from Klein.
That's someone you're going to want. That's going to be someone you're going to want on that witness list to testify and subpoena.
Not at all, because he's going to deny knowing what's on there. He's just going to say, you know, he mentioned something about this to me. You need to go look there. And then if Klein gave the information up because they pushed him, they won't even mention him. Right. If he gave that information to cut a deal, he's going to keep his name out of it for the trial, and he's going to do it that way where they don't affect his kids. And then he winds up getting an ankle bracelet.
But he can't keep his name out of it if he did provide that, because Richard Allen's defense attorneys would be legally allowed to have that information, and they could call him as a witness in an attempt to point direction away from Keegan Klein, to poke holes in his thing, because they would go out and say everything you're saying now, as far as, oh, here's this guy that did this, you know. So I mean, for them to keep his name out of it would probably violate Keegan Klein's constitutional rights to a fair defense.
It depends on whether the documents were sealed, and if he even went forward with his name, it was official. I mean, they can cut a deal on one charge with a tip. I mean, you can give a tip that doesn't link you to the charges because they didn't use the tip to search. All they needed to say is Keegan Klein gave up the information that this was in the water, and they don't have to mention the person that told him that might be there. Once Keegan Klein says it on record, they do not have to divulge that it came from somebody else. That other person would stay anonymous, and they would keep the deal that they made sealed, and it would be the same way it is now. We wouldn't know a thing. And that would not be information they would have to release to the defense here, because it has nothing to do with the charges here. It has to do with the charges against Klein, because they don't know what was on the tape. When they found it, if there was audio or video on there, and then it was linked to something else, he could have just told them it had to do with the SA stuff, not anything to do with Delphi. And then if they discovered what was on that device and then linked it to Delphi, that would come from investigating Klein, not from investigating him. So there's definitely ways to keep him separate from it so that nobody knows he had anything to do with telling the police that Klein threw something in the water.
But if that thing that was thrown in the water is what led the police back to Richard Allen, I'm like, to me, that you built an entire defense for Richard Allen.
If Klein told them it was there, and Klein told them,
no, I'm not saying Klein. I'm not saying Klein told them anything. I'm saying if Dirk had told him anything, just one little tip that then led them to know that Keegan had thrown a phone in, and then Keegan told them he threw a phone in, and then that's where Richard Allen's name came from being on that phone. You've got then two layers of other people that Richard Allen's defense can build a case against. there being probably a reasonable doubt for his
Depending
and
on the
that's why
jury,
they are the ones that have the constitutional right to
Well,
that information.
hold on, though. We have no clue who's on the witness list.
We don't,
Exactly.
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But,
I'm saying he doesn't have to be on there. To be honest with you, if he gave information and it wasn't linked to Delphi and it was linked to Klein, and they said you need to talk to him about what he did with this thing, and then Klein gets questioned and gives it up, they do not have to include that information in there because that was a tip to talk to Klein about something. Finding the device comes from Klein's testimony. That's all that needs to be on there.
It was something that.
Yeah.
But I mean, yes, it could be a tip that led to Klein, but it's a tip related to Delphi, and that's how we're, and that would still, and it would be.
Only if he said it was related to Delphi, he could have said it was related to something else. I have no idea what it's about. Just Klein kept telling me about this thing that he threw out, and you need to look at it. Yeah.
Right. So
they would not have to include him on anything. Yeah, with Delphi, he would not be included on there if they didn't need him to be.
Would be. That's a direct relation. I mean, if I'm Richard Allen's defense attorney, I would. I mean, and I wasn't given that information. I would call for misconduct, and I would call for a mistrial.
Not if Klein told him where it was. Let's remove him from the scenario. Let's remove him from the scenario. Let's say they went in to interview Klein and they lied and said, "We talked to your buddy in Vegas. He said that you got something. Where is it?" And he said, "It's in the water. I threw it here." And they said, "Oh, we lied to you. We never talked to your buddy. His name would never be mentioned either." They won't have to mention
absolutely.
Yeah.
But
same way if they do it that way.
Well, I know, but we started this conversation by saying the timing of his sentence being like the ankle bracelet thing. So yeah, I mean, like they could say they found it, but I'm just saying if Dirk Hayes gave information about Keegan Klein that then led to them arresting someone for Delphi, he would have to. I mean, Richard Allen's defense would have to be given that name, even if the tip went, because that's where the origin of the tip came from.
Well, not really.
So that's how, and I was just saying that's how we would know.
I do know for 100%, no questions about it, that they can word things and put them together in a way where he would not be included at all legally, especially if he made a deal for the info he gave. And all they would have to do is include Klein as being the person that said the device was there. How they get the information from Klein has nothing to do with Richard Allen's case. 100% guarantee that. We can disagree on it, but if you
neither of us know. I'm just giving you the information I was given, and you seem very adamant about it not being that way, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I just know that there's ways to do that, especially if the FBI are involved, and even you agree that it's kind of odd that they put him on an ankle bracelet for these two different charges after he talks to somebody. Which I don't think it's odd.
And I don't think it's odd now that I know more about it. I thought it was odd at the time because it was just it was all happening at that time. But now that I have actually looked into it more, I don't find it odd.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. It's just I could see that happening. I can see it have nothing to do with putting his name on any kind of paperwork involved. He could be an anonymous witness, and they wouldn't have to list him.
I don't think he had anything. I don't think he's anything to do with any of it.
Informants do this all the time, and informants are never listed in court documents. So if you've got a list of paid informants, you never see a paid informant listed on anything that goes to court.
Okay.
Ever. That's how you protect an informant's identity. That's why they're paid informants and they're private informants. They're not listed. 100%, they don't have to put an informant's information into the court documents for somebody 2 people removed from the case.
Right.
Unless he specifically said, he's got video of the crime in Delphi and it's in the water and that's where you need to look for it. But I don't think that's what might have happened.
I'm going to say this. This is where I'm having my troubles, is that we had somebody that literally went to law school and worked in a DA's office. And Adam has no background in law school. So I'm seeing both sides of it here. And so I'm listening both to you guys intently. And I'm just like, you know what? There's just a lot of what ifs. What if it might have happened, it might not have. Adam could be right, you could be right.
Well, there are a lot of what ifs. Whether it even happened is speculation. We're just guessing. I'm just adamant about the fact that you do not have to list the person's name 2 people removed from a tip. That
Well,
that is nothing that doesn't have to be given to the defense if it's not even related to the case when it's given.
what I personally like about it all, regardless of that, what I called an excellent debate, to be honest with you, is so. I mean, I listened to it, hearing both sides, understanding what Adam's saying, and understanding what you're trying to say as well. And at the end of the day, we just don't know.
Exactly. And that was,
that,
and that's what I just kept trying to do. That
Yeah.
And
I'm just
so,
saying
yeah.
if we don't see his name on a list, it doesn't mean that he wasn't involved in something that brought that to fruition.
right. And
It doesn't have to be on a list.
that he was.
Yeah.
That was a
I
good
would
debate.
hope I would hope that if it did come from him, that his name is seen so that he can get some flack for holding back for so long. But to protect his rights, I hope his name isn't listed, even if he gave the info, because, if this guy just felt cornered and had to give information up, you'll never get a witness to come forward if their name's going to be broadcast all over the place. You would never get somebody to come forward then in that situation.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I guess
when we
time
originally
will
started
tell.
talking about that, I did, I was the thing that still surprised me is that he was not called to be a witness in Keegan Klein's trial.
Yeah.
Just because of
I hope he is.
the firsthand knowledge, just because of the proximity and things. And that's why it was always interesting to me that he had only ever been spoken to that once by, even just when talking that aspect of the case, not, so.
When you've got bad people that seem to keep themselves out of being charged with bad things, but they've done bad things and they've been looked at, usually it means that they've talked about other people to get out of being in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I take him to be a rat, and maybe that's why he needed to leave Indiana and go to Vegas.
He really didn't have any very serious stuff before then. Like if you like in Indiana, though, I mean, as far as like criminal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is the one I would have looked way more into, is the Titus.
Oh yeah, I looked at him quite a bit. Yeah.
First of all, I just want to thank you both, because this is exactly what makes a great show.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here absorbing it. Both have your thoughts on either way. I always like the element of, hey, think about what Adam
We went
said.
way further down in speculation than I ever like to even go, but.
But you know what? There's a lot of people out there that heard the names in the beginning and have no idea what happened or where they went, and they like to hear different theories and ideas. Yeah. So it's good to bounce different possibilities off. Even if I'm not 100% sold on something, I'd rather push it out there so people can at least get an idea. Because I think too many are so closed-minded, saying this is it and this is what happened and we know for sure with no information. And then if you put this out, it opens somebody's eyes and they say, oh, maybe it's not Ron Logan coming back from the grave doing this. I mean, it's just nice to get other things out there that people
tell Jennifer and Chris Todd that.
Wait, you believe Ron's dead? I'm kidding.
Yeah. Wait, isn't he with Elvis in Tennessee or something?
You didn't hear? He didn't really die. He's in a witness relocation program.
Right.
That's why the house is still there.
There was this person. Can I just say this quickly? I will. There was this person I was watching, and I don't know what her name is anymore. It was something, and then she changed it. And and I was watching her for a bit, but when she put out this video that said Elvis Presley is still alive and this is him over there. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. There's a video of somebody that resembles him and has that same similar voice as him. But get a life, okay? I mean, Lisa Presley has distinctly talked about seeing her dad, on the ground, overdosed, and so that was like that's kind of like, thank you. That just reminded me, of what I wanted to talk to you guys about before. And then I went and got myself a drink because you guys were talking. I wanted to talk to you guys about Captain Howdy's. Where is it? I gotta find it now. Hold on. If you guys haven't watched this yet, and I'm gonna drop the link below. Captain Howdy has a video out. It's called A Christmas Tale and Fake Ghosts of True Crime. And in it, he shows, well, I have to show you my comment. So I watched this, and Captain Howdy, that was a really amazing, well done video. You always really do. You know, you're one of the few people that truly intrigue me with your videos. I love the whole guy sitting in the chair mystique. Um, it's just like that. That's not really him in the chair, right? That's not really him is talking from the chair, is it?
No, no, no. That's
Okay. Because when I
just a
saw the
creative thing.
Christmas tree, I'm like, well, wait a second. When I saw the Christmas tree, I'm like, hold on a second. Where'd the Christmas tree come from? I don't recall seeing the Christmas tree. Maybe it's been there the whole time and I never noticed it because I was too busy watching the guy in the rocking chair talk. It's so cool. Does a good job. Anyways, if you haven't watched this today, you guys really should watch it. But I have to show you my comment because that's truthfully what really counts here. So my comment said, if you guys haven't watched it, you're just gonna have to go watch it. Um, do. So my comment said, I'm just gonna go check with my spirit guides and see if they approve of this video. If all checks out, I predict 230K subscribers in your future. The future, however, could mean 5 years from now, but it's coming one day. And then my little emojis. Merry Christmas, howdy. More emojis. Fun fact: at least 10 of those impressions on Aphrodite's video are mine. LOL. So basically, um, he's not a person of the spirit boxes or pendulums. And I'm like, when he was talking about the pendulum, I'm like, dude, I specifically bought a pendulum because I saw other people using them. Okay. And I wanted to know that the energy just wasn't them moving it. So that's why I purchased one. And I can tell you that thing can whip around like nobody's business without me doing it. I had to confirm that for myself, to be honest with you. I mean, unless my brain's going move, move, move. But I remember when I was talking with Blaine, and you guys, trust me, I'm not I don't, I got tarot cards. I still have to unearth them from the box, to be honest with you. Um, I like, I have an open mind to whatever, and I choose to believe whatever. Do I understand that? And I'm sorry if you guys whatever, but do I understand that we can communicate with the other side? Sure. Do I understand that there's a lot of con artists out there, stuff like that? I believe in what I deem as um, more of a real effect. So if my experience showed me that a boy told me a couple words and then a week later I heard those exact same words that he told me, that's me experiencing that. That's not someone reading a card to me telling me, hey, this and that and whatever. But either or, each to their own on that stuff. It's not Deb's favorite topic either. I don't care. I love Captain. He is the best. Yeah. Oh yeah, your name was in there too, wasn't it? Chaotic. Makes you wonder how me and him are such good friends, huh? Haha, there's Chaotic. Because I thought that I heard your name be mentioned in there. And then I seen a comment by this Anon, that said something about you make good certain drinks. Was it eggnog? Like good stuff? Even if he blames me for drinking certain things at my house. Yeah. um, so yeah, anyways, hey Chaotic. But so and right, the video was a good chuckle, that's for sure. And again, he's obviously not a believer, and let's make it happen. Let's make the ghost of Christmas past, future, and present truly come, instead of those little white ghosts that he had on the screen. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie, the second and third ghost, but the first ghost that kind of came out, I was like, wait, what was that? Because it just kind of like shot out. But anyways, if you guys haven't seen his video, it was rather quite funny, actually. Very cute, very well done. So I just wanted to say that, to be honest with you. It made me laugh. It was a nice little, for someone to put together. It's very time consuming to do these videos, right? Something that can take hours and hours to do. Anyways, it was a nice little treat of a video to watch, and it did make me laugh when I'm sorry, but it does sometimes make me laugh when someone's sitting there going, whatever, if you're around, can you scream for me? And then in the back you hear, ah, and they're like, and it just comes off like, sometimes it just comes off really contrived, and it's like, yeah, whatever. Are those the same people that did the reading for, it's not the same ones that did the reading for Abby and Libby? Pretty sure, to be honest with you. But anyways, each to their own on that stuff. Either way, it was a good laugh. Yeah, he's very articulate. Yeah, really enjoy his videos. Like I said, there's not too many people out there that can really keep my attention, and there's a few people that can, and I'm too busy. Like, I'm literally watching the video going, oh, it's almost over. Shoot, there's not this, I just get lost in it, and that was one of them that I got lost in. Actually, most of his I do, to be honest with you. So yeah, did you watch it, Lewis?
No, not yet.
Adam probably didn't either. Yeah.
Today was a hectic day.
Yeah, that's true. You said it was. I gotta get going though, you guys. My husband has to work tomorrow. He didn't work today, instead we went shopping. But yeah, I need to get going. It's like 10:14, and it's already been a 3-hour and 36-minute live. Wow, we know how to crack those out, don't we?
This is a short one.
Pardon?
I said this is a short one.
Yeah, this is a shorter one. We did have a great convo for sure. Chaotic, don't apologize. I was having a blast and could have stayed up longer if I didn't have to work today. What was Adam doing last night?
Chaotic kept me up till 6:30 a.m.
Wow. And you had to be at work for what time?
10.
Do you have to work tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you take any time off for Christmas or no? Besides when you're typically closed?
Christmas is I'm off Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Oh, so the typical.
I'm back to work on the 26th in the morning.
Okay, now do you guys call it Boxing Day? I forget. We call it Boxing Day.
We don't have Boxing Day in the U. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but
yeah,
it's not like a holiday.
Well, I was going to say some places deem it as a holiday, but it's not an actual, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not an actual mandated holiday. It's just one that if your employers give it to you, they give it to you.
It's just the British way of being like, now I have to go return all this junk I didn't want.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's amazing how years ago, barbers and salons were always closed on Mondays. And then the normal open day.
Typically we are, but I mean, to me, it's not a big deal. So it's a light week next week, and I had a client that lives in New York. She flies in to get her hair done, and that was just the only day she could do it. So I was like, I don't have a lot going on that week, so I was like, I can give a few hours up on Monday the 26th.
I just want to double check here. I just want to see how many likes we have. Oh, good, you guys. We made it to 100. I see 100 here. But,
Streamlabs are trying to solve Delphi. They keep asking for DNA.
Yeah. Has anyone else had this happen? I have to ask you. Metal Michelle Mama said that she was given a survey that distinctly asks about my channel. Have you guys ever had that happen where you guys have had a survey that asks you if you like I don't even know what the survey was said, but do you guys ever have that? Has anyone ever seen that where
I signed something so my name would stay out of it? I'm kidding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was it after she made like a donation or something, or was it just in general?
I don't know. She just left me a comment and said there was a survey to your channel, but I've never seen that. And I said, was it distinctly about my channel? So I don't know if it's a new thing, if it's anything. Because
Dave has a good point there, because I've seen that come up before, where it'll show your video and then it'll ask you if this was a good recommendation for you on your list. So it recommends your video to watch, and then it does ask if that was a good record. So maybe that's what she received.
Maybe.
Sometimes it's like, which channel are you familiar with? Ray Hughes, Joe Louise, Sunny Justice, and which of these would you watch again? And I'm like, well, duh. Ray Hughes. Okay.
I just had never heard of it before. Like, so when she said that, I was like, Was it a survey, or was like what you mean? It was actually asking about my channel. So,
It's part of how
okay,
they figure the algorithm out off of the suggested search pattern. So there's two ways the algorithm works. One is off of what you search for specifically, and the other
yeah.
one is ones that are recommended to you. And the recommended ones come off of your search history. So it's a way of keeping something that's in a certain genre on your list of recommendations, if that's what you received.
Maybe. I don't know. I
Why are you
just
trying to leave? Why are you guys trying to leave us, Sonny? She's like, oh, I gotta go.
why? Because it's my husband. It's 10:18. The husband's gonna be like, honey, I gotta go to bed soon. And
Is
I
he
don't know.
feeling better?
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Is he feeling better?
The husband?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
he
know
hasn't
last week he was still kind of under the weather. He was better, but he wasn't better. So I didn't know
no,
if he
he's
was back to,
no, he's fine. Like he's fine now. Even I'm fine now.
Good.
Finally the head cold subsided. Part of it. It was actually a pretty nasty little one. And I didn't even have my proper Benylin that I drank, but that's the reason why I wasn't probably. Normally my Benylin kicks in and it helps, but the stuff, when it goes, how it starts off sore throat, blah blah blah, then it goes to the congestion and stuff like that. Yeah. And yeah, so I was talking to my sister, and she said that, yeah, so she's not going to Vegas. So chances are I'm going to go. Yeah, my sister. Anyways, I'm going to try to see if she can come on the live on Christmas.
Right.
But she's one of those ones that's pretty hard to convince. I got nothing to say. No one wants to listen to me. Blah blah blah. I was like, damn, people talk about whatever. Like she doesn't understand that. Like people can talk. My sister has a lot of knowledge in crafts and decorating and stuff like that. I guess she doesn't see herself as anyone would care to listen to her what she had to say. And I'm just like, there's tons of people out there that watch whatever videos, whatever channels for whatever reasons. You could be the biggest loser on the internet and you still have a ton of followers, because everyone, each to their own. What I like and what somebody else likes are going to be two different things, So, like I said, so what somebody's cup of tea is, somebody's garbage, right ass hat, you would know about that. What somebody's garbage is somebody else's gems, in a sense. So there's people that like, those type of channels and they like the drama of them, and so be it, honestly, so be it. Just keep our names out of your mouths because, like seriously, just enjoy your viewers for who they are and entertain them. Like I said, people don't need to sit there and keep going, trashing other channels and whatever all the time. But again, there's people that like that type of trash.
Right.
Conflict and
and but so enjoy it, right? Like go to town with your cuss words and your ignorance and stuff like that. Like I said, there's a lot of other people in the world that flock to those ones because they do like, well, I shouldn't say a lot because their subscribers would be a lot higher, but I just mean that there's something for everybody out there. So I'll probably go see my twin for a bit. She was sitting there literally saying, yeah, I was trying to order this dinner for Christmas off of at Save On Foods, and I was trying to do it through like, Instacart or whatever the heck it was. And she's like, but no, Save On actually has drivers, so you can ask. She's like, but you actually have to go into the store to order it. I don't know if I heard about 10 queues, but I was like, I never entertained it. I was like, I ain't going to Save On to go freaking stand in line at Christmas time to the store that I don't really go to, type of thing. So pretty sure not going to do that. I'm like, you're really ordering in a dinner for Christmas? So chances are, I said to my husband, that we'll just maybe take over some ham, potatoes, and I'll go make dinner at her place. Because she did have her kidney stones out taken. Anyway, bottom line is, she's my twin. I can't leave her sitting at home on Christmas
Right.
all by herself.
And then you're going to come home and we're going to do a live, right?
Right. And this is what I'm going to try to get my sister to join us. I'm not holding my breath because my sister is pretty darn stubborn. Because she'd be like, because at first she'll be like, maybe, yeah, probably not, you know.
Maybe, if not, maybe we can get Mr. Austin to join us for a minute or two. You can have some mistletoe above your bed.
Yeah, absolutely. Get my husband, tell my husband he has to come on for a few minutes.
Maybe he can have a box over and do the SNL skit.
Ooh. He can, what'd you say?
I said, you know that SNL skit? He could put a box over.
Yeah. Yeah.
And give you a present.
So my son, right? He was trying to, my son who is he's a little, you know, he's big D. He's a big D. He's a little D. So he was asking me for money for Christmas. I'm like, well, you ruined it for 2 years. Let's, you know, here goes a third, basically. So my son, he will say things like, thank you for the money you're sending me for Christmas. Nope. I was going to send you money up until I seen that comment, just because all he ever does is talk to me when he wants money. So I told him, you know, I was going to give him $200, 100 for his birthday, 100 for Christmas, because his birthday is January 4th or whatever. So I said, he was being, he's just a little jerk is what he is. My son's a jerk. My son is the exact mini-me of his father. And he took on that when the divorce happened. So anyways, I get this message and I said, you know, this morning I wake up and he's basically saying like, well, you can send half now and I'll consider talking to you, as if it's some sort of privilege. Wow. So I said, no. And then so my son's a little jerk. He's just a jerk, okay? He's his father through and through. He never used to be that way up until the divorce, but he's just a jerk. My son ruins it every year. Every year he could get money out of me, but then he has to open up that mouth and diarrhea flows out of it. And then he pisses me off and I'm just like, oh, looks like you're not getting no money this year either. Have a Merry Christmas. Talk to you when you mature up and grow up. And then, but anyways, I was just trying to find this one message that kind of made me laugh. Where is he? He's such a little D. So I told my son, look, oh my, how cheeky, Carol, cheeky, yeah, cheeky isn't the word for it. If I could shove him back up in that oven and redo him, I swear to God. But anyways, so instead of just simply, so I said to him, you know what? After his mouth was going off, I said, look, there's a condition on this money. You need to talk to me and you need to have a conversation with me to make your mother understand why you have treated me like utter crap for 10 years now. You know, I need you to have this conversation because everything that comes out of my son's mouth is exactly what the stuff his dad said to him, like a little virtual mini me coming out. And so he's like, I was there. I'm the one that was there. I remember. Dude, no, you don't. Because everything that you keep saying to me is stuff that your dad put into your head while I was there. So don't sit there and tell me that, and don't make this all about you, Matt, okay? I am your mother. I shouldn't even have to pay you to talk to me in a sense. And it wasn't that I was paying him to talk to me, but this money came with conditions. You've been such a little jerk to me for 10 years, and you've treated me, you know what I mean? Like, and honestly, just a hunk of trash. Like, and that's saying, that's being nice. You know, the things that my son has said to me is just stuff that anyone would roll over in their grave about 1,000 times over, to be honest with you. He's been nasty. He's been mean. He's been downright cruel, spiteful, and hateful. And I never understood why. He tried to tell me I abandoned him. I said, how did I abandon you? On my worst day as a mother, that's your dad's best day as a father. You want to keep throwing your dad in my face, the one that did stuff to you, the one that punched you, the one that hurt you, and I protected you, and you want to disown me like I'm the one that did you wrong, you know? And then he would say, stop bringing dad into this. Really? Because I never brought your father into this. You kept bringing your father into this. I just got sick of it and said, look, I'm sick and tired of you blaming me for stuff that you knew that I did not do, that's not truthful. I was there for you. Your father was not. That's why you cried to me all the time. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't bring your dad up. You kept bringing him up. And when I got sick of the way he was, am I still a member? I can't figure out how to rejoin. Oh, you just hit the join button again, Melissa. I don't know if you're still a member, doesn't it? I mean, if it says join, that's because you're, if it does say join on the channel, like on the actual channel, then it's, you know, because your membership did run out. You wouldn't see it like that if you were already a member. It's being, oh, is it being sassy? I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. Give me a second. So, one of the things that my son said to me is, so send half and I'll decide if I want to talk. And I said, yeah, not happening. You have an option and you can have an adult conversation with me to discuss blah, 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 and work it out. This isn't just about you. My son, who I love with everything, and I'm literally ripped my heart out. And I need to understand why you need to do this. And you need to understand the truth. Anyways, this is exactly how my ex-husband, okay, my ex-husband who told me I was the best thing since sliced bread, that he's never met anyone kinder and more giving and caring. Okay, that's what my ex-husband always said to me until he decided that he hated life and hated me and hated everything, including our son. He said, so my son says to me, yeah, I'm not going to be gaslighted until you think I believe you. So you can either talk to me like it's a thing of the past or keep praying for whatever truth you're looking for. Up to you at this point. And so, oh no, it's okay. It's okay. So I, of course, laughing, gaslighted, right? So that's how my kid thinks of me because of his father, that I'm some sort of angel that thinks that my shit don't stink, and that I, and I'm like, dude, like, son, I don't like to gloat about, or not gloat, but I don't like to talk about it. But hey, I mean, I've been a giver all my life. It's only when his dad started hating me that all of a sudden he would say these things. And so when I see the word gaslighted, it makes me just laugh, that I'm gaslighting him, that I'm somehow trying to make me believe him. No, how about you're going to be 26 years old, have a cup of grow the F up, and talk to your mother with some respect, but then again, you go ahead and ruin it again. And then he says, I'm giving you a chance, take it or leave it, meaning the conversation. That's how my son speaks to me. There's nothing to deal with. Our conversations of this issue go nowhere. Talk to me or not, okay? Now, my son has never listened to me talk. All he's done is basically say, I'm not here to talk about you, or, when I'm talking, he's like, oh, so you're going to talk now? Okay, it's time for me to go. My son wants me to listen to only when he's talking, So all I'm saying is, when you have a son or a child or whatever, like I said, and then you love them, with everything that you are as a human being. And like I said, you want to send them money, you want to do things for them. And then all he has to do is open up his mouth. And I'm just like, yeah, you just make it so easy not to send you money, don't you, buddy? Instead of being nice, right? He said to me, Christmas is coming soon. I said, great. What are you buying me? He's never bought me shit. Okay. Never bought me shit in 10 years. He actually asked me 1 year if I could send him money so he could buy his dad a birthday drink. Yet he's never said Happy Mother's Day, bought me anything, whatever for it. And, 3 years in a row now, he's literally ruined his Christmases. He says, I can't buy you anything because I only got $40. And I'm like, well, then that $200 would be kind of nice now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Matt? But no, he goes and blows it every year. And, you know, and I only have the one son, and he's a little dick. Sorry, but he is. He's a little dick. I told him so today. I was sick of it. I was like, you know, just tired. Tired of being, you know, like I am so over my son telling me, like, basically making me out to be this bad person, you know. And at Christmas time, it always hurts a little bit more because it's like Christmas and you want to be around your family and your kids. 10 years, people. 10 years of my son treating me like that. 26 years old, you know. And then I said 26 years old. He's like 25. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're going to turn 26 in 2 weeks. And then he's like 15 days, you know? And I'm just like, you're just a little jerk. You're just a little jerk, aren't you? You just have to be a jerk like your father. So I basically told him to piss off and tell his father to go piss off as well, because I'm sick and tired of being treated like it. Do you know, I've played the love card many times, but I'm just so tired of being insulted by my kid. So my kid can have another birthday or Christmas and birthday without any money whatsoever. I don't even know why I'm going on about this story. It was about something I forget now, to be honest with you. Just ticks me off. I'm just like, actually, what?
You just need to vent to people that like to listen to you and appreciate what you go through.
Venting. I'm venting. I'm having an Avante on there. Yeah, it's just a fact that literally 3 years in a row, you know, I was gonna give him money, you know, and the last year before that, I was doing really something special. And all he has to do is open up his mouth. And I'm just like, you're the biggest idiot ever, child. You know, like, at least shut your mouth, get your money, and then you want to beak off to me? Then, okay, go ahead. You know, but every year he does the same thing. Could have had money in his pocket, you know, but instead he just blah, 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 blah. You know, I want to trade him in. Does he ever watch the channel? I have no idea. Probably. He knows I have a channel. I doubt it. My son he's a very arrogant, self-absorbed child. Now he's just, and I'm sorry for all you Capricorns out there, but meaning I've read your guys' thing or whatever. My son is kind of like the epitome of a male Capricorn. I'm not going to say you all are the same, but my son is to a Cancer and a Capricorn. And, you know, I mean, I know that Alexa's a Capricorn female, though. But my son's, like I said, a male, and I don't like my version of my son. My son, I need to redo him, stick him back up in the oven, and make him come out a better child that I raised, because I did not raise him that way whatsoever. He took on that attitude when the divorce happened because he needed his father's love. You know, he forgets all that stuff. Actually, his whole entire thinking process is, you know, all I really wanted to do was explain to me why you're doing this to me. Explain to me why you felt the need to blame me and hate me when I was that person that was there for you. It wasn't your dad, it was me. Your mom's the one that wiped your butt, that took care of you, that gave you extra hugs because your dad wasn't giving you that and you wanted it. And then on the divorce, when Matthew was useful and he could hunt, then Matthew needed his dad's love. You understand? I mean, a child, no matter what sometimes their parent does to them, they just want their acceptance. And Matthew wanted his dad's acceptance. Hey, all Capricorns aren't little Richards. All Capricorns aren't little Richards. Hey, girls. Right. You know, so it's just like I said. So he took on this attitude like, I got to hate you, Mom. And it's kind of like what I call a brainwash. Yeah. When are you going to be working with Louis? What's this about? What are you talking about?
Oh, about tomorrow when the weather drops from 20 degrees to negative and the storm comes through.
Oh, you guys haven't had a storm?
Yeah, somebody said about, you know, being at home and being warm and hopefully the power stays on. I'll be working when the storm hits tomorrow. So, yeah, we're at 30 degrees now. By tomorrow at noon, it's supposed to be negative zero, you know, -1 or whatever. And
yeah, you know, Yikes! Someone in Quebec was really bad. So we were really sunny today here, and it melted most of the snow. No, sorry. Let me put it this way: it made the snow on the road slushy and a lot more drivable
Yeah.
than being cold. But it was like still -10, whatever that is in your guys' degrees. I'm not sure, but it was -10, and yeah. Okay, you ever do one of those things where you're like, we went to the alcohol store, which is like literally about 150 feet away from us. And so we go park, and then I said, honey, we forgot to go to the liquor store right there. So, anyways, you ever have one of those things where a little cyclone of snow is just spiraling around? And so as soon as we park and get out, it's just like, woof, this spiral, like this, just in this one area, this spiral of snow just starts lifting your hair like you're in a little bit of a tornado, and then it was like freaking cold. But it's like all that snow, it's like a little cyclone. Anyways, so it happened in that little spot around the liquor store today. You got out and all the snow was just attacking you all over the place. But it's supposed to be a lot warmer and that tomorrow. So we kind of had our 2 freeze days here already. So, I mean, I don't want any more. As far as I'm concerned, the snow can stay off the roads and on the land. And that's exactly best where it goes. My husband actually didn't work the last 2 days because he's like, Vancouver is not set up for snow. How long has Vancouver been around for? And each year they say, I think this is the most snow we've had yet in the last many 50 billion years. No, you guys just don't do anything. You guys literally don't plow your roads. You don't do their sidewalks. They literally, seriously, Vancouver is lazy because they know that they're going to put all this time and money into doing that. And then the rain's going to come and take it all away within a few days after that. But meanwhile, you're watching people walk on the sidewalk through snow that's not been plowed or nothing, and it's really hard to walk through already. And I'm just like, it's just those are just accidents waiting to happen, really. Like, you know what I mean? Like, instead of being able to walk along a sidewalk because it's freshly plowed and whatever, you got to take these humongous steps through each of the snow, creating exercise. And we know I'm against exercise unless it's like my drink to my mouth or my mouse to my hand here, pretty much. My cousin is in Prince George, yeah. So you guys are having a cold front now? Or have you already had one the last few days? Lewis.
Oh, no, it's so right now it is like 25, 30 degrees out. It's supposed to drop to -1 tomorrow night, and a snowstorm's coming in at noon. So -1 here is like -18, -19 Celsius. So
okay.
we're going to wind up being about 10 degrees colder than your cold spell by the end of tomorrow. What makes it bad is you've got snow coming through, and then it's going to drop. So it's going to snow while it's still right at freezing, and then it's going to drop right afterwards. So they're saying blizzard conditions and frozen roads. The last time it was really bad like this was back in like 97, 98, that winter. And Indiana shut down for 3 days because there was so much ice that everybody lost power and the roads were not passable. So that's why it worries people with what's coming through now, because it's not the 6 inches of snow and it's not the 0 degrees. It's 6 inches of snow coming in right away and then dropping by almost 30 degrees within 12 hours. So that makes it for really bad conditions.
Yeah, and then the wind chill. Pretty sure
it's supposed to be very windy. Wind chill is supposed to be -20, which would be what, like -50 your temperature, -48, I think. I can't do the math in my head that quick, but yeah.
Yeah, we've had in Alberta, not here, but in Alberta, we've had like -50, -52. Without, like, that's not including the wind chill. The wind chill would make it like -65. And you're just like I said, all you have to do is go outside and your hair just goes.
Everything creaks and everything makes noise. It's so funny.
It's like the world is tightening and going. Anyways, okay, I didn't realize that. I was too busy rambling on about my son there. But anyways, Yeah, I'm gonna try to get my sister on the live in Christmas time. See if she'll join us. We'll see. She's not exactly, like I said, she's not exactly. She's not an attention seeker by no means.
Well, Christmas makes people do crazy things. Maybe
I know.
she'll be overwhelmed with joy or eggnog. And,
yeah. Well, like I said, I'll try to convince her. Why not? Like I said,
right.
And plus on that, I mean, sometimes you just do it, right? Like, yeah, we'll maybe see if she comes on. I get ready for her to put me down. That's her favorite thing to do. To be honest with you, she likes to crack jokes at my.
Well, I'm gonna love her. I'm kidding.
I know, right?
Actually, Sunny, how about you just not come on and I'll do a one-on-one with her?
Oh my goodness, yeah. No.
I'll interview her about you.
Yeah. Yeah. My sister is like, she'll instantly be like, oh, if she'll let you even get a word in edgewise. Whenever I would be talking to somebody, literally, she'd be like, and she'd do this all the time. Okay, shut up, loser, she'd say. I'll tell the person how to get to those directions. It's because she accuses me of circling around over and over. And I'm just like, rude. I'm literally talking to a person and she's telling me basically, shut up, loser. And my sister would say the word loser all the time. Even to this day, she still says that word. So one day, without thinking about it, I said to my friend Kathy, yeah, whatever, loser. And when we got out of the vehicle, because we were going, I think, to do a reset at one of the Best Buys, and Kathy, who usually doesn't say much, she literally said to me and looked me in the eyes and goes, don't ever call me loser again. Do I make myself clear?
Struck a nerve.
And I was like, yeah, something struck a nerve with her on that one. Because I was like, really? Like, you're going to, like, I mean, the thing is that's just it. I have trigger words too, like when people say tunnel vision, right? It's one of those words that I just think, I'm sorry, but a stupid person says, but they have nothing else to say. The only word that they can keep saying is tunnel vision, it's like, come up with something better. Okay. Cause I'm really sick of hearing people say what triggers me is the fact that you don't know me. So STFU, because you don't know me enough to tell me exactly what I do or who I am as a person. So when someone uses the word tunnel vision with me, well, I'm one of the most open-minded people ever. And I will listen to anything and I will look at anything, and it's kind of like, is that if you zone in on something like KD, and you've already looked at other people and yet you find markings and everything that match up. Well, what am I supposed to do? Keep skipping around the world, looking at all these different people? I have no idea. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you need like Ron Logan's of the world. Like get in the same universe to think that he's the BG and stuff like that. But so when people say tunnel vision to me, like I said, I mean, honestly, if I could punch somebody through the screen on that one, I probably would, because I think that that's just an irritating word that people
don't threaten violence.
Yeah, come punch you through the screen. But anyway, so yeah, so everyone has their little trigger words, that just bug you, whatever reason. So obviously the word loser triggered my friend, and I was like,
Do you know what mine is?
What's yours, Sonny?
Can I have a hug?
Ooh. Oh, okay. You hate that, huh? Oh.
Or like, I love you. Oh, okay.
Is it because you don't like hugging?
Don't make me leave. What?
Is it because you don't like hugging?
Well, it's just always, I'm like, oh, well, how do you react? You should pretend to hug them back or pretend to love them back. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Well,
I do like to pat people on the back with one hand and think, oh, hey.
Oh, hey. Yeah. I don't know.
The British form of affection.
I was going to say, we all have our little trigger things, right? And stems from usually something. My thing is, you live your life, I'll live mine. Don't tell me what to do, or I won't tell you what to do. Do right. Your thing, be you, I'll do me. How about you worry about yourself? Quit worrying about coming onto the chat, onto a video to sit there and leave your negativity. Like, go do something more beneficial with your life.
Sonny, the best way to follow that up too is then to say, but if I lived your life, you'd be doing better.
Right. That's what I probably should do sometimes, actually. I know. It was like, Deb, can you look at the comments, please? Because if I do it, it's probably not going to go over too well. I can't.
I'll let Deb hug me. I'll hug you, Deb.
Anyways, Carol, you guys, let's go. I gotta go.
Oh,
I have to
Sonny, show that picture I put just in your messenger now because I thought it was hilarious and I decided it's a funny way to end the night.
Oh, okay. But is it not a greener one, is it?
No.
And
I just thought it was just a cheeky little pun.
Isn't that funny how Satan spells Santa, though? Do you know, like?
Yeah.
I just find that ironic.
I just thought it was a funny picture.
All right. Am I screen sharing? No. Okay. Looks like Chaotic's children.
No.
Yeah.
Can you read the caption in it?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. When you're dyslexic and thought Satan was at the mall.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Sorry, and for anyone that's part of our Facebook group, I've been putting some funny Elf on the Shelf pictures on there that are very inappropriate.
The funny elf.
But I get a good kick out of inappropriate things. So
I really like the elf that was sitting on a pine cone, and you know what the pine cone was meant to be.
Yeah, there's some really. Did you see the one I put yesterday where it's like the woman from Misery?
Yeah.
And,
Kathy Bates.
Yeah.
You've been posting the PG-13 ones.
Yes, I've not been posting the real because I don't want to. Yeah, there's some way worse.
It's who was it? Somebody was posting a bunch of elves. I actually don't have one of those things. The elf on the shelf.
If you ever bored and you have a inappropriate sense of humor, just Google inappropriate elf on the shelf. Or naughty elf on the shelf and go to images.
I absolutely have an inappropriate sense of humor.
They have some funny ones.
Yeah. You guys can just go to the meme page and see that. And the dirtier, the better, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Well, as long as it's funny. But Metal Mama Michelle always puts up some really good ones. Sometimes on Twitter, I'm like, I'm thieving this, putting it on my meme page. You guys, just again, whoever, thanks again for all the likes and stuff like that.
Right.
Nice live. And
if you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe just so I can get some of those numbers up before they change the whole thing.
In the bio link that I just dropped right there, I call it the bio link. That link right there has, if you want to become a member, you can go to the join. If you want to donate to the channel, it has that. If you want to follow me on Twitter or Adam on Twitter, it has the links for that. It has our Facebook. It has the Just Ask Us channel. All you have to do is click that link and then you will see all the different links that it takes you to. Again, the meme page. Like on Tuesday nights is when we do the Just Ask Lewis and Sonny. Yeah. You guys could go to the Facebook page as well. Like I said, join that or subscribe. And Adam's YouTube channel's on there as well. I suppose Deb's probably going to hint that I should put her.
Carol, Sonny would be happy to explain what that means.
I must be slow, but the elf with the tea bag. Oh. Lewis, was it you that sent me the video with the tea bag?
I think so, yeah.
I've seen that one, yeah.
All I can think about what is the tea bag.
Well, the tea bags are representative of a slang prank. You can use another body part that only one gender has that you would then sit on someone's face while they're asleep or hit them with.
Adam, it actually was a different video that I sent to Sonny. It was, think of confusion when you get up in the morning, you're getting ready, and you're making hot tea and doing something else.
Yeah.
And
I thought she meant because there's an elf on the shelf where the elf on the shelf is doing that with bags.
Yeah, no, I've seen that too. This was like a woman gets up to get ready for work, and she's got two things with string, and one warms up in her tea, and the other one.
And then the camera goes down, and you see the tea bag thing hanging, and she just is quite funny actually. I need to post that on the meme page.
Yeah, she pulls the string out of the cup of tea, and you've got the cotton thing in there. And
that was actually quite funny, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wait, one second. Do. One second. Oh. It kind of looked like this. Well, I got my thing on. I don't have my
you're putting that one on again.
That's why I sent it to her, because I remembered when she did that.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the 4th of July one where it's two of those standing next to each other, and the one tries to light the other one on fire, and he goes, "Stop it, you dumbass! We're not fireworks, we're tampons."
Here I am. Hey, where'd my thing go? My background.
Your avatar's on. Your avatar's on.
Well, no, my avatar's on, but it's
camera's off.
Yeah, no. I know my camera's off, but my Christmas backgrounds.
While you're looking for that, I will say, Miss Dog Lover, thank you for your super chat. Also, thank you very much to Miss Dog Lover, to Under Your Scars, and also to Crimezilla. Thank you very much for the super chats.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Didn't quite exceed our $1 million yet. Disappointed a little bit. I was kind of hoping for $1 million by the time I woke up this morning in our accounts, Adam. Didn't happen. However, I did wake up to saying your YouTube, whatever it is, what do you want to call it? Your YouTube AdSense will be. YouTube always pays out on the 22nd, but thank you, YouTube, even though I haven't got it yet, but I know it will go in tonight. Thank you for the 21st day instead that you put that out there. Normally they do it on the 22nd typically, but yeah, that one extra day, thank you, YouTube. Usually
it's funny because some people get it different days, like it must be random. Maybe it's because you're in Canada.
No, it's the same.
Oh, okay.
As far as I read, everyone gets paid out at the same time. It's always the same. They don't do random. It's always the same. From anything I've ever read about it, everyone.
You would know it. You would know. I wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah, and just because of that, they tell you that you get paid out. Like basically, they send you a thing saying your AdSense is whatever. I'm not gonna lie. When I see those channels that get like. Okay, I'm just going to say this. And it's driving me a little bit bonkers, but I get it. I would do it probably too, but I don't. And I probably should. I keep seeing these same channels that I'm subscribed to keep going live at least 3 to 4 times a day. And I'm like, some people don't want money, do they? Because everybody knows that on your video, for every thousand views, let's just say the magical number is $10. So imagine if you had 25,000 views or 50K views or whatever. Either way, that's money in your pocket. And I don't know what it is lately, but when I keep seeing a few channels keep going live every couple hours, all I'm thinking about is, I don't really think you actually give a shit. Like, you might give a shit about the cases, but I think you're more concerned about your pocketbook right now. Probably trying to earn as much money as you can. Because honestly, nobody needs to go live 4 times a day. Really, unless you're doing it because you're just trying to reap off the money off of,
Right.
and you know what?
You just do 1 4-hour one.
Yeah, you just do 1 4-hour one like us, and you don't think smart. Okay, instead of breaking it up, we just do 1 4-hour one because we're stupid, eh, Adam? I gotta change that up there. Every 4 hours, one every 4 hours, we should be doing it. But yeah, so it's kind of like, I don't blame them. Hey, if YouTube pays you money for ads and stuff like that, and people watch your stuff, and you want to make a bunch of money, all the power to you. I wish I was that much more money motivated. I've always been one of those people that I just need enough to get by. I just need enough to get by, But yeah, but you can just kind of tell. Like, are you doing this for the true crime now, or are you doing this because you're just trying to get as much money as you can? And the truthful answer is they're just trying to get as much money as they can. Either that, or they really have boring lives. But I don't usually see these people go to town as much as they have been, because my thing goes off and I'm like, oh, doing another live, huh? Oh, look at that. A couple hours later, oh, doing another live? Oh, wait, really? Doing another live? 4 a.m.? And I'm thinking to myself, but, because some people could literally have nothing better to do and go, let's go do a live. But I've seen a lot of it lately when my thing goes off, and I'm just like,
right, and these are big channels that already have like a huge following.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the big channels that have the followers, they just have to drop a video, and within a day it already has like 25K, 50K views and whatever like that. And but it is internally, it just makes me laugh, because it's like, in a day you went live 4 times, and so in all that time you literally came up with all this more stuff to talk about each time.
Well, my always question is, well, then when are they taking the time to research and find the content that they're presenting?
That's what I'm saying.
Or
yeah,
is
exactly.
Or are they just presenting anything that's sent to them?
Yeah, Idaho case
by other people.
Yeah. It's definitely the Idaho case.
I'm not saying everyone, but
no, but that's what I'm thinking too. I'm just like, so you literally just did a live. You're doing another Idaho live. Now you're doing another Idaho live. Oh well, let's throw in another Idaho live.
I think a couple of people I think they'll go to Reddit and they'll be like, first post, and they'll be like, okay, do a video on that.
Okay, yeah, right.
Post,
yeah. I can talk about that. Again, and don't get me wrong, each to their own. Do as you want. Exactly. I'm just saying internally, it's making me laugh that I see someone going live like 4 times in one day, each and every day. It speaks money to me, not so much content. It speaks money.
Elizabeth, it's not necessarily by view. What happened? It's the ad revenue they're making off of, because every time someone's watching the video, YouTube's going to make ad revenue off of that. Which then the more views a video gets, the more ad revenue it typically can generate. So it's not always the case, because some videos can get a lot of views, but they don't generate the same amount of ad revenue as one that didn't even get as many. It just has to do with different things. So
and so that's why when people say like, hey, can you give likes and stuff like that? Well, I see it as a 2-way street. When people are coming in here and watching content, I think that the least they could do is give a like, to be honest with you, because a lot of work goes in to spending this time, and like I said, or making videos or talking about stuff, so I think that the least someone could do is just at least give a like, because that costs nothing. It's free. And if you like the content, why would you keep coming to watch it? But so if you do, we just appreciate a like.
Right. Do you know what I always think is funny, Sonny, is, have you ever been watching like Law and Crime or Court TV, and like you'll be in the chat? I always think it's funny when people donate money to like crime, to like Court TV. I'm like, why are you giving $10 to Court TV?
Because they want to have their name out there so that somebody saw it, so they can make themselves feel special.
I just always
in front of a vast amount of people. Oh, I remember with the Johnny Depp case, and the ridiculous amounts of donations that were going into the Law and Order Network. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Really? Like they need it? Okay. Like they need all those. Like it was crazy. I'm pretty sure if you even add up those donations in the time that I saw it the one day, they were probably well over 30 grand. And I'm like, why? Why would you donate?
Right. It's not Vinny Palatino's not sitting there running that live.
Yeah, I know. You know, I know. It does make that Merry Christmas, Dub.
Right.
But anyways, so yeah. Anyways, YouTube pays for ads, and if your video is yellow, you don't get ads as much as you get the ads from premium ads or whatever. That's the people that pay for not having ads play throughout a video and stuff like that. Like I have that, so that I don't get that. And so, it's well worth it because I really do hate ads. But
Right.
so when a video is what we call yellow, because maybe somebody said something inappropriate and it flagged it, it kind of does checks throughout the night. So sometimes we're green, then we go yellow, then we go green as it's feeling itself out. And then after a while, a video will tell you if it's green or yellow. So if it's yellow, you only get certain revenue, and that's from the only revenue you get off those ones is the ones that, again, that people.
Derma wand.
Yeah. And if it's green, it can have whatever ads run through it when somebody's watching it. And if you pay premium, you get revenue off of that, but that revenue is not as good as the actual ad revenue. So that's what YouTube pays for. Advertisements pay YouTube to run their ads, and YouTube says, here, let's place ads in all these videos. Trust me. So like I said, so for people that aren't monetized and whatever, you could go ahead and thank YouTube for keeping all that money, because they're still doing it regardless, and they're getting all the money that you're not claiming anyway. So for anyone that has a YouTube channel and you're over the 1K subscribers and 4,000 hours, I highly recommend monetizing your channel, just for the sake of getting the revenue off of the ads that they're going to take anyway. And YouTube's rich enough,
It is Google. No, but for everyone that is in the path of the storm, stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Check on your neighbors if you have elderly people around you that aren't able to take care of themselves, or, and if anyone needs anything, let us know. We'll come get you. I'll get in my helicopter with Doug Carter, and we'll come pick you up.
Yeah, no, right? As long as there's no issues. Yeah. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, guys, here, and I know it's 1 o'clock in Indiana time or Eastern time and stuff like that.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
Did I say 1? Yeah, 1. Yeah, 2. Well, Lewis is 2 o'clock. No, Lewis is 1 o'clock.
It's 1 here.
Right. Although Lewis is in Indiana, he's at the different time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wish that one day
Chicago
that we would.
time.
What'd you say?
Chicago time.
Chicago.
That Northwest Indiana, we're so close to Chicago that we're in that time zone.
Yeah, I grew up in the central time zone.
So we'll see you guys on Friday, and Alice from. Go ahead, Adam. What channel?
Unsolved cases, something like that.
Allie. Yeah, we suck at that.
Uncovered crimes unsolved. Unsolved crimes uncovered. That's what it is. Unsolved crimes uncovered.
Oh, we're just butchering.
That's it.
Yeah. Wait, say it one more time to me.
Unsolved crimes uncovered.
Oh, unsolved crimes. See, that's just a brain war.
That one always gets you caught up.
Always. Just like I keep calling Adam Sam. We never did talk about that, did we? Anyway, well, your name's Adam. Close enough. I just made it seem like it was about you instead of the Idaho.
Wait, what happened?
Well, Deb's like, at Sunny You put Sam instead of Adam.
On what?
Because remember, I keep for the Idaho, I keep saying Sam, and then it's like it's not Sam, it's Adam. Remember when they're walking, when the girls are walking, and then they say, what'd you say to Adam?
Right.
And but
No,
I
no.
keep having, I keep having it in my head that the name is Sam for some stupid reason.
Huh.
So I keep saying Sam, right, Deb?
Yeah,
And so
it'd be hard to remember the name Adam.
I know this is what's so crazy, Adam, is that I don't know why I keep saying Sam. And
right. And I was in
Adam,
Portugal, not Idaho. It was not me.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So I was just I'll pretend like so I had to go change it, right? I was like, as soon as I seen it come in, I was like, oh, of course.
Did you put an exclamation mark or a question? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know, right? Gotta watch those, because people don't understand. Put exclamation or question mark, Yeah. Oh, my husband's messaging me going, baby. The next thing you know, he's gonna send me an emoji with a face plant to the bed. Yeah. All right, honey, I'm coming. All right then. Okay, she put it in the thumbnail today.
No,
Yeah.
Lisa, I'm gonna start an Ask channel.
Right. AASB.
Yeah. Lisa thought you guys had an app. She said it's the Ask channel, but she thought it was the Ask channel.
Yeah, when I found out Ask channel wasn't. Oh, okay.
I'll start an Ask channel with you, Lisa.
Yeah, there you go. Anyways, you guys, it's time to head out of here. Thank you guys for, like I said, joining us tonight. We'll see you on Friday, and hopefully Allie can join us, and from that channel that she's on. And
so if you lose power, save what little bit you have left to watch us on Friday. I'm kidding.
Okay, you guys have a great night. Take care. Thank you so much.
Good night,
see you on Friday. Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Thank you, Lewis.
Good night.
Merry
Goodbye.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.